They thought the game was over, that she had all the power. But as I stand here, every scar and every tear has turned into my secret weapon. Tonight the truth will shatter every illusion. Watch closely, because what happens next will change everything. I remember that day like a nightmare replayed in slow motion, a day when my perfect life was shattered into a million irreparable pieces. It started with subtle hints that something was terribly wrong. Secret glances, hushed phone calls, and the feeling that the warmth of our shared dreams was slowly cooling into an icy betrayal. I had believed in every promise, every plan we had, made together, never suspecting that behind my back, my husband and his mistress were building a future without me. I still recall the moment I discovered the truth. I had been preparing for our wedding day with joy in my heart, imagining a life filled with love and celebration. But as the day unfolded, the signs became impossible to ignore. A text message, a misplaced whisper, and then the devastating realization that they had not only betrayed my trust, they had been plotting it all along. I watched in disbelief as my husband, the one I had trusted completely, and the woman I had once considered a friend, wove a web of lies that left me feeling utterly invisible. The public humiliation was relentless. At our wedding, instead of a day of unending joy, I was confronted with the cold reality of their treachery. In front of family and friends, in front of everyone who had gathered to celebrate what I thought was our union, I stood alone. Every whispered comment, every sidelong glance from those who once cherished me, echoed like a chorus of judgment. My heart sank as I realized that the life I had known was nothing more than a facade, one that they had so casually dismantled. The sting of betrayal was palpable. I could still feel the bitter taste on my tongue, as if every word of deceit had been seasoned with cruelty. I remember the shock that coursed through me when I saw the discarded wedding ring in my palm, a symbol of promises broken and dreams turned to dust. Every detail of that day, from the haunting silence that fell after the door slammed shut behind my husband's empty departure, to the hollow murmurs of those who thought I deserved such a fate, is etched into my memory. It was as if the room itself had turned against me, its cold, unfeeling air amplifying the depth of my loss. Then, amid the chaos of ruined vows and shattered trust, I heard the final soul-crushing words that confirmed my worst fears. With a sneer of arrogance, my husband declared, "You were just holding me back. She's everything you could never be." Those words, dripping with condescension, cut me deeper than any action ever could. They stripped away not only my pride but also my sense of self-worth, leaving me to question everything I had ever believed about love and loyalty. In that excruciating moment, as I stood there surrounded by the echoes of my broken promises, I felt the weight of every stolen dream and every betrayed hope. The reality of their deception settled around me like a heavy cloak, and I realized that the life I thought I knew was a lie, a carefully constructed illusion that had crumbled before my eyes. But even as the tears threatened to overwhelm me, a spark of resolve began to flicker in the darkness. I vowed silently that their victory was only the beginning of a story that would turn the tables in my favor. They thought they had won, that by shattering my world they had erased my worth. But little did they know this betrayal would ignite a fire within me, a fire that would transform every ounce of pain into the fuel for a comeback that would shake the very foundations of their deceit. I sank into a void after that heart-wrenching betrayal. The shock of seeing the woman I once trusted with my deepest secrets, my best friend, steal away my husband, leaving me abandoned on what was supposed to be the happiest day of my life, became a relentless torment that I couldn't shake off. Every day after that, I woke up feeling empty, as if the very air around me had turned cold and unyielding. I found myself drowning in a sea of bills and unanswered calls, each one a harsh reminder that the life I had built was now crumbling around me. The pain was not just emotional, it seeped into every aspect of my existence. I lost not only my partner, but also the foundation of trust and support that had once held me together. Every attempt to reach out for help met with silence. Former friends, those who once celebrated my happiness, began to distance themselves, whispering that I was somehow to blame for my own misfortune. The world around me seemed to shrink until I was left with nothing but rejection letters and the cold reality of being isolated. I questioned every decision I had made, every promise I had once held dear. Was I really not enough? I wondered in the long, lonely hours of the night, the same self-doubt repeating like a broken record over and over again. I wandered through empty rooms and dark corridors of my heart, feeling as though the walls themselves were closing in on me. The echoes of laughter that once filled our home were replaced by the relentless ticking of a clock, each second amplifying my loneliness. I would sit in the dim glow of my computer at 3 a.m., the blue light casting harsh shadows over the scattered remnants of my past. Old photographs, faded wedding invitations, mementos of a love that had been brutally discarded. The taste of regret was bitter on my tongue, and every memory felt like a weight anchoring me to a life I no longer recognized. The whispers of judgment from those who had once admired me grew louder with each passing day. At every social gathering, I could feel the sting of pitying glances and hear the hushed voices that blame me for not holding on tighter, for being too trusting. Maybe I was never meant to succeed, I murmured to myself during those long nights, when the only sound was the hum of the refrigerator and the soft drip of a leaky faucet. The self-doubt crept in slowly, gnawing away at the little strength I had left, making me feel as though I were the architect of my own demise. Yet, in the midst of that suffocating despair, there was a moment, a flicker of clarity, when I realized I had a choice. One particularly cold, sleepless night, I found myself standing before a mirror, staring at a reflection marred by tears and exhaustion. I felt the weight of every failure and every rejection, but as I looked into my eyes, I saw something else there too, a spark, a tiny ember of determination that refused to be extinguished. In that raw, vulnerable moment, I made a silent vow. I would not let their betrayal define my future. I would rise from these ruins no matter how deep the scars ran. I wiped away the tears and inhaled deeply, feeling the chill of the night air slip through the cracked window. The solitude of that lonely apartment, once a prison of despair, began to transform into a crucible for change. I resolved that if the world would not offer me a chance, I would create one for myself. Every rejection, every whispered judgment, every crushing moment of heartbreak would become the fuel that propelled me forward. I promised myself that I would build a new life, a life where I was in control, where my worth was measured not by the betrayals of others but by my own strength and determination. With that promise echoing in my heart, I took the first step towards reclaiming my life. I began searching for even the smallest opportunity, reaching out to those who still believed in me, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, the tide began to turn. The despair that once threatened to engulf me was replaced by a tentative hope, a belief that I could turn this devastation into the foundation for something greater. I knew that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but I also knew that I had to keep moving forward. I whispered to the darkness of that long night, "If I can't find a way, I'll make one. And with that defiant vow, I set out on a path of transformation, determined to rise from the wreckage of a broken heart and rebuild my future, piece by piece. I began my journey to rebuild everything I lost with a fierce determination that burned brighter than any sorrow. Every morning, before the sun even touched the horizon, I rose with an unwavering resolve to transform my pain into power. I embraced every small opportunity that came my way, freelance projects, odd gigs, and any task that allowed me to prove to myself that I was worth fighting for. Each assignment, no matter how modest, became a building block in the new foundation of my life. Every time I completed a project, I felt a small victory, a quiet reminder that I was slowly but surely reclaiming my worth. Those early days were nothing short of grueling. I pushed myself to the limit, working late into the night and waking before dawn, driven by a determination I hadn't known I possessed. I spent countless hours poring over my work, refining my skills, and taking on challenges that once seemed insurmountable. The hours were long, and exhaustion often crept in, but I learned to embrace the fatigue as a symbol of my relentless effort. Each tired morning was a victory over the despair that once threatened to engulf me. I threw myself into self-improvement with a passion that transformed every aspect of my life. I joined a gym where the burn of each intense workout reminded me that every drop of sweat was a step toward becoming unstoppable. I invested time in learning new skills, attending workshops, and even taking courses that challenged my previous limits. With each new lesson, I felt myself growing stronger, not just physically but emotionally and mentally. I started to view every setback as a lesson and every failure as a stepping stone toward the future I was determined to create. Slowly, my world began to change. I redefined my style and persona completely, no longer the person who once sat shattered by betrayal, but someone who now exuded confidence and authority. I reinvented my image, updating my wardrobe to reflect a new, polished version of myself. The once dull and tired reflection in the mirror was replaced by someone who looked like they belonged in boardrooms and high-profile events. Every piece of clothing, every accessory, was carefully chosen to represent the strength and resilience that I had discovered within me. Networking became my lifeline. I attended industry events and local meetups with a newfound energy, eager to share my journey and learn from others who had overcome their own challenges. I reached out to former colleagues and connected with mentors who believed in the power of reinvention. Slowly, I built a network of supporters and allies who saw my potential and celebrated every small win with me. Each handshake, every nod of approval, and every word of encouragement was a silent affirmation that I was on the right path. One evening, after a particularly long day filled with back-to-back meetings and a series of promising pitches, I found myself at an industry mixer. The room buzzed with the chatter of professionals, and as I moved through the crowd, I caught the attention of a former doubter. With wide eyes and a hesitant smile, they approached me and said, "Wow, I almost didn't recognize you." In that moment, their words echoed like a validation of all my hard work. It wasn't just a compliment. It was a declaration that I had transformed so completely that even those who once underestimated me were now stunned by the change. The taste of success became sweeter with every new contract I signed and every glowing review I received. I could feel the rush of adrenaline every time I closed a deal, a confirmation that my persistence was paying off. The crisp rustle of freshly printed contracts and the constant ping of positive notifications on my phone were reminders that the world was beginning to acknowledge my new reality. I started receiving invitations to speak at panels, to share my story on renowned platforms, and to collaborate with influential figures. Every new opportunity reinforced that I was no longer defined by the betrayal of my past. Instead, I had forged a future that was entirely my own. I began to notice that my transformation was not just in my work, but in every aspect of my life. I learned to savor the little victories, a compliment from a stranger, an unexpected referral, a moment of quiet satisfaction after a long night of brainstorming. These moments built up over time, creating a reservoir of confidence that I could draw upon when the weight of past failures tried to creep back in. Every day I grew a little stronger, a little wiser, and a lot more determined to never let anyone diminish my worth again. The journey wasn't easy. There were days when the old pain resurfaced, when I doubted if all the effort would ever be enough. In those moments, I would remind myself of every challenge I had already overcome, every rejection that had only fueled my determination further. I learned to see my scars not as reminders of weakness, but as badges of honor, symbols of the resilience that allowed me to rise again. The bitterness of betrayal slowly transformed into a driving force, propelling me forward into a future where I was the one in control. As I stood on the cusp of a new era, one where my name was recognized, my work celebrated, and my identity redefined, I felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. Every painful memory had been repurposed, every tear turned into a spark that lit the way to my redemption. I whispered quietly to myself, "They laughed at me then, but soon they'll know my name." And with that, I stepped boldly into the future, knowing that nothing could stop me. I was no longer the person who had once been broken. I was a force of nature, unstoppable and unyielding, ready to take on the world and claim every opportunity that lay ahead. My success began to speak for itself in ways I never imagined possible. Every day I felt my reputation grow stronger and stronger, a steady rise that left behind the bitter memories of betrayal. I was invited to speak at industry events, celebrated in magazines, and whispered about in circles I once thought were closed to me. My work and my story had become symbols of resilience, turning pain into power, and every achievement was a clear message. I was unstoppable. I started receiving offers from top executives and influential leaders. They wanted to collaborate, to learn from my journey, and to be a part of this new narrative I was building. The recognition was overwhelming. A cascade of congratulatory messages, glowing testimonials, and opportunities that I had only dared to dream of during those dark days. Each handshake at a networking event, every nod of approval in a boardroom meeting, reinforced the fact that I had reclaimed my life. The very industry that once dismissed me now celebrated my every success. While I was busy building my empire, the man who once left me behind with my best friend, the one who ran off thinking he could start over, began to crumble. I started to see evidence of his downfall everywhere. News articles once filled with praise about his charm and promises of a bright future now mentioned his mounting failures and the financial chaos he had created. Social media posts that used to celebrate his life began to reveal his desperate attempts to salvage his reputation. It was clear he was no longer the man he once was. The choices he made out of selfishness were catching up with him, and his world was slowly collapsing. I remember attending a high-profile press event where I introduced my latest project, a groundbreaking innovation that was set to revolutionize the industry. The room was filled with influential figures, and as I took the stage, I could sense the shift in power. The flash of cameras, the soft murmur of admiration, and the crisp sound of applause as I spoke all spoke to the magnitude of my transformation. I felt the cool weight of my watch on my wrist, a symbol of every hour I had dedicated to building my future. Each word I uttered was a testament to my journey, a declaration that I had risen above the betrayals of my past. In that moment, while I was celebrated and admired, I could sense that my former life was falling apart. I received a notification on my phone, a message that made my heart skip a beat. It was from him, a desperate plea, a final attempt to reach out. The message was brief, laden with regret, and the faint echo of a man who had lost everything he once held dear. I held my phone for a moment, feeling the cold metal against my skin, and it was then that I knew without a doubt the tables had turned completely. Every congratulatory comment on my social media, every glowing review from a respected colleague, reminded me that I was now the one in control. I had not only reclaimed my worth, but had built an empire on my own terms. The whispers of admiration followed me like a comforting melody, while the echo of his desperate messages became a bitter reminder of what he had lost. I saw his name in headlines about failed ventures and bankruptcies, a stark contrast to the thriving success that now defined my days. At one major industry gala, the atmosphere was electric, charged with anticipation and the soft hum of success. As I walked into the room, the luxurious scent of expensive cologne and the smooth rustle of designer fabrics created a sensory symphony that affirmed my transformation. I mingled with high-profile executives and celebrated innovators, each interaction confirming that my rise was not just a personal victory. It was a public, undeniable shift in power. Every handshake, every nod, every glance of approval was a silent vote of confidence in the new me. During that gala, I couldn't help but notice how people reacted when my former life was mentioned. The man who had once been at the center of my heartbreak was now barely a whisper, a cautionary tale rather than a shining example of success. His presence, when it did appear, was marked by desperation. I saw him in a brief snapshot on my phone, a blurred image of a man huddled in a corner at another event, his eyes filled with regret, and his posture diminished. It was as if each glimpse of his downfall was a confirmation that the choices he made were now his own undoing. As the night went on, I found myself surrounded by the energy of celebration and the tangible buzz of achievement. The room was alive with conversation, punctuated by the flash of cameras and the steady rhythm of applause. I was reminded time and again that every struggle, every moment of doubt, had built up to this turning point. I had taken what was meant to break me and turned it into the cornerstone of my success. The taste of victory was as sweet as it was hard-won, and every congratulatory smile reinforced that I was exactly where I belonged. Yet, even in the midst of all this triumph, that desperate message from him lingered as a reminder that the past was not entirely forgotten. The notification was a stark contrast, a lonely, faint plea that echoed with the regret of a man who had lost everything. I looked at it, the cool glow of the screen reflecting off my determined eyes, and felt a chill of vindication. It was a sign that while I had soared to heights he could only dream of, he was still scrambling to piece together the fragments of his shattered life. That night, as I sat in my modern office later, the city's lights twinkling through large windows and the quiet hum of success all around me, I knew the truth was clear. Every new contract, every influential handshake, every headline about my achievements was a silent rebuke to his failures. I had transformed his rejection into my fuel, his betrayal into my strength. I had built something unbreakable, a legacy forged from the flames of adversity. And now, every day, the industry celebrated my story while he remained a cautionary tale, a reminder of the high cost of betrayal. With every pulse of adrenaline and every confident stride I took in that world of success, I reaffirmed that my journey was complete. I was no longer defined by the scars of my past. Instead, I had rewritten the narrative entirely. And as I set aside his desperate message, a quiet smile formed on my lips, a smile that said everything without a word. I had won. The tables had turned, and his downfall was the final fitting end to the chapter of my old life. I knew then that my future would be brighter, and my legacy would shine far above the remnants of his mistakes. I walked into the lavish gala with an air of quiet resolve, every step echoing the years of hard work that had brought me here. The room was filled with the soft murmur of elegant conversations and the gentle clink of crystal glasses. Under the dazzling glow of chandeliers, I navigated the crowd until I saw her, my husband's mistress, the woman who thought she had stolen everything, standing confidently among the elite. But as our eyes met, her smirk faltered. I could see shock ripple across her face, a mixture of disbelief and rising panic that betrayed the arrogant composure she once wore so well. She tried to maintain her poise, but her eyes, wide and uncertain, told a different story. I could almost taste the bitter irony in the air as whispers of my arrival began to circulate. The once assured glances from those around her now shifted to look at me, as if the room collectively recognized the power in my transformation. Every flash of a camera and every approving murmur only deepened the truth. I was no longer the woman they had once seen as weak and defeated. Stepping forward, I felt the room grow quieter, as if time itself had paused to witness this long-awaited showdown. The scent of expensive cologne mixed with the crisp, clean aroma of success filled my senses, and the sound of hushed breaths and stifled whispers amplified the tension between us. I could feel every eye on us, each one a silent witness to the reversal of fortunes. In that charged atmosphere, I approached her with a calm that belied the storm of emotions within me. Her voice trembled as she tried to speak, but the words died on her lips under the weight of my steady gaze. I recalled every moment of betrayal, every tear shed, every instance when I was left to pick up the pieces of my shattered life. Now here she stood, expecting perhaps to find me broken and vulnerable. Instead, I was the embodiment of resilience, a woman reborn from the very fire that once threatened to consume me. I looked at her and said, in a tone as cold and precise as the finest steel, "You thought that by taking what wasn't mine, you'd break me. You thought your lies would let you walk away with everything. But look around you. Everything you built on deceit is crumbling." My voice resonated across the room, each word a declaration of the strength I had forged through years of struggle. The silence that followed was profound, filled with the stunned realization that the game had completely changed. The crowd listened intently as I continued. Every betrayal, every stolen moment, has only fueled my determination. I didn't just rebuild. I rose from the ashes to create something far greater than what you ever dreamed of. The air was thick with the taste of triumph, and I could see the fear flicker in her eyes as the truth of my journey unfolded before everyone. Every approving nod and every flash of a camera served as a testament to my resurgence, a stark contrast to the crumbling facade of her stolen success. In that moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. I could feel the cool touch of the marble beneath my feet and the subtle pressure of the world watching me reclaim my narrative. I let the silence stretch, allowing it to emphasize the shift in power, until I finally delivered the final blow. "You took my life when you thought I was nothing," I declared, my voice echoing with unwavering conviction. "But in doing so, you gave me the strength to build something even more powerful. You left me to fight alone, and that made me unstoppable." Her face, once marked by smug confidence, now fell into a mask of defeat. I could see the lines of regret deepen as the reality of her actions crashed down upon her. Around us, the atmosphere was charged with an energy that spoke of long-awaited justice. The soft murmur of applause from influential figures, the distant hum of celebratory chatter, and the delicate clink of glasses in the background all affirmed that this was the moment my transformation was undeniable. As I took one final step back, leaving her to the stark realization of her own downfall, I felt a final surge of empowerment. In that decisive moment, I whispered with quiet intensity, "She thought she took everything. She never realized she gave me something even greater. Revenge, served cold." The words hung in the air, a final declaration that the tables had turned irrevocably. And as the room erupted in a mix of awe and subdued applause, I knew that this was not merely a personal victory. It was the end of an era, and the beginning of a future defined entirely on my terms. I stand here now, a testament to every battle fought and every tear transformed into strength. The bitterness of betrayal has long since faded, replaced by a deep, unyielding joy that comes only from building a life on my own terms. I've created a future where my worth is defined not by the lies of others, but by my own hard-won victories. Every step I take is a reminder of the pain I once endured, and the power I gained by rising above it. Looking back, I see the scars as marks of honor. They remind me that every harsh word, every act of deceit, and every moment of humiliation served as the fuel that propelled me forward. While the woman who once thought she had it all now watches from the sidelines, lost in the ruins of her stolen victory. I am embraced by the warmth of genuine respect and the quiet hum of a new beginning. Her plans have crumbled, and she remains trapped in a cycle of regret, a shadow of the person she pretended to be. In this moment of clarity, I feel the gentle glow of the city lights beyond my window, a constant reminder of the endless possibilities that lie ahead. The soft laughter of true friends fills the air, and every sip of champagne tastes like the sweetness of hard-earned success. I no longer carry the weight of past betrayals. Instead, I walk forward with a lightness of being that can only come from true freedom. The greatest triumph isn't in destroying those who hurt you. It's in proving to yourself that you were never defined by their actions. I have reclaimed my power, rebuilt my dreams, and discovered a strength that no one can take away. I leave behind the echoes of a painful past, knowing that my future is brighter than ever. Some betrayals break you, but the right ones set you free. And now, as I step away into the promise of a new dawn, I say with quiet conviction, some people build empires on stolen dreams, but I built mine on my own unwavering truth. Some betrayals don't just break your heart, they ignite your soul. I'm at a prestigious event, poised and radiant, when a familiar voice stops me cold. The man who shattered my world now stands before me, broke and regretful. He thought I'd remain broken. He had no idea who I'd become. I remember that day like a scene from a nightmare, a day when my perfect life was shattered in an instant. It began with a stolen glance and whispered lies, moments that built slowly until the truth exploded in my face. I recall the subtle shifts in conversation, the way glances exchanged between my husband and my best friend hinted at secrets hidden behind closed doors. Then came the gut-wrenching confession. Not in words, but in the cold realization that they had been planning a new life together behind my back. Every detail of that moment is seared into my memory. I stood there in disbelief, feeling the crushing weight of betrayal as the reality unfolded. They weren't merely having an affair. They had built a world where I was not only excluded, but made to feel like I was the problem. It was as if I had been the obstacle they needed to overcome to reach their perfect life together. The public humiliation was unbearable. In front of our closest friends and family, my world crumbled. The breakup was cruelly orchestrated, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. As the news spread, the whispers turned into outright mockery. My ex-husband and my so-called best friend flaunted their deception, parading their betrayal like a trophy, as if my pain were a minor inconvenience in their grand design. I watched in horror as they celebrated their new beginning, dismissing my worth and erasing my role from our shared history. The sensory overload of that moment still haunts me, the bitter taste of betrayal lingering on my tongue, and the ringing silence that followed when the door slammed shut behind me. I could feel the weight of a discarded wedding ring pressed into my palm, a cold, unyielding symbol of promises broken and dreams destroyed. Each of these sensations etched a mark into my heart, reminding me that nothing would ever be the same again. In the midst of the chaos, I heard the final blow, spoken with icy finality by the one I had trusted most. You were just holding me back. She's everything you could never be. Those words, harsh and unfeeling, cut deeper than any action could, sealing my humiliation and leaving me questioning every ounce of my worth. I stood there, feeling the sting of tears I couldn't shed, as the realization set in that I was nothing, more than a stepping stone in their pursuit of a new life. The room filled with the echoes of whispered gossip and the weight of judgment, each murmur a reminder that they had stripped me of everything I once believed in. Yet as painful as that day was, it marked the beginning of a transformation I never saw coming. They thought they'd won, that by breaking me in front of everyone, they had the last laugh. But as I watched them celebrate their betrayal, I felt a spark ignite within me, a promise that this was not the end of my story, but the catalyst for something far greater. Their victory was only temporary, for the seeds of my comeback had been planted that very day. And so, as I turned away from the ruins of what once was, I silently vowed that their story was just beginning, and mine was about to take a powerful, irreversible turn. After that crushing betrayal, my world fell apart. I was left with nothing, no stability, no sense of worth, and a constant, gnawing emptiness that echoed every day. I remember the endless days that blurred together, where every wake-up felt like a battle against a relentless storm of grief. The life I once knew dissolved into unpaid bills, rejection after rejection, and a haunting feeling that every opportunity was slipping through my fingers. I tried to reach out for help, but every door I knocked on was slammed shut without a second thought. Former friends, those who once cheered me on, now whispered behind my back, convinced I had somehow brought this on myself. Every rejection letter was a dagger to my heart, confirming what I feared most, that maybe I was never truly good enough. I started questioning every decision I had made, every promise I had believed in. Maybe I was always meant to fail, I would murmur in the silence of my tiny, cold apartment. Nights stretched long and empty, with the only company being the dim glow of my laptop at 3 a.m. and the persistent tick of a clock that seemed to mock me with every passing second. The stale air of my room felt heavy, and my hunger for both food and hope grew unbearable. Each day, I trudged through the grayness, feeling as though I were slowly fading away. The isolation was the worst. I sat in that barren space, surrounded by reminders of a life that was once full of promise. A stack of old photos, a wedding album gathering dust, and memories of laughter now turned bitter. Every corner of that apartment reminded me of what I had lost, and I could feel the weight of loneliness pressing in on me, making it hard to breathe. It was during one of these long, sleepless nights that the truth finally hit me. I was being defined by their cruelty. The whispers, the scorn, the endless string of no's were not the measure of my worth. I found myself staring into a mirror one particularly dark night, the reflection before me a mixture of exhaustion and despair. My eyes, red from crying and heavy with doubt, seemed to ask a question I was too tired to answer. Was I ever truly enough? In that moment, the bitter taste of defeat turned to resolve. I realized that if no one was going to offer me a chance, I would have to create my own opportunities. The despair that had once threatened to consume me began to shift into something unexpected, a spark of determination. I wiped away the tears and took a long, shuddering breath, feeling the chill of the night air through the window. The silence of that lonely apartment, once so oppressive, now offered me a space to plan my comeback. The turning point was quiet and almost imperceptible, a soft, inner voice that insisted I would no longer let their cruelty dictate my future. I made a promise to myself then. I would transform this devastation into the foundation of something new. Every rejection, every hurtful word, every moment of isolation would be the building blocks of my resurgence. I whispered into the darkness, "If I can't find a way, I'll make one." Those words, though barely audible, carried the weight of all my pent-up resolve. They were a vow that my story was far from over, that I had the strength to rebuild from the wreckage of my shattered dreams. The days that followed were a blur of small steps toward reclaiming my life. I searched for even the tiniest chance to prove that I wasn't meant to be broken. Every small win, a kind word from a stranger, a response to an email, a fleeting moment of hope, became fuel for my determination. Though the journey was long and filled with the remnants of pain, I began to see that I still had the power to shape my destiny. With every challenge I faced, I slowly reclaimed a piece of my lost self, stitching together the fragments of who I was with newfound resolve. I realized that the betrayal, as devastating as it had been, would not define me. Instead, it was the catalyst for my transformation, a harsh lesson that spurred me to fight back with everything I had. And so, in that lonely room, under the dim light and with the echo of my own whispered promise lingering in the air, I decided to rise. I vowed to create a future that was mine alone, one built on resilience and the unwavering belief that I deserved better. The nights grew less bitter, and with every new dawn, I felt a small spark of hope. I was determined to turn every painful memory into the strength I needed to forge my own path. I began my journey of rebuilding with a fierce determination to reclaim everything I lost. Every morning before the sun even rose, I would wake up with a fire in my belly, determined to prove to myself and the world that I was more than my past. I started by taking on small gigs. Every freelance project, every odd job, every chance to put my skills to the test. At first, it was just scraps of work, but each job was a stepping stone, a tiny victory that slowly began to restore my confidence. The early days were grueling. I worked tirelessly into the night, fueled by an unyielding drive to succeed. I'd rise before dawn, my eyes heavy from sleepless nights yet sparkling with a spark of hope. I spent long hours at my computer, drafting proposals and sending out emails, each one a silent declaration that I wasn't going to be defeated by rejection. There were times when exhaustion hit me like a wave, when every moment felt like an uphill battle, but I refused to give in. Every rejection letter, every missed opportunity, only stoked the fire inside me to work even harder. As the weeks turned into months, those small gigs began to add up. I started to see the first signs of a comeback. A client would call to thank me for a job well done, or a project would receive unexpected praise online. Slowly but surely, my work began to speak for itself. I reached out to former colleagues and attended networking events, determined to rebuild my reputation from the ground up. I joined industry groups on social media, attended local meetups, and even took a few classes to refine my skills. Every step I took, no matter how small, was part of a larger plan to reinvent myself. I remember one day in particular when everything began to click. I had just finished a challenging project, a tight deadline, endless revisions, and a final product that I knew was my best work yet. Later that week, at a local industry gathering, I found myself mingling with professionals who had once seemed so out of reach. I was cautious at first, but as the night wore on, I started to share my journey, my struggles, and the small victories that had defined my comeback. Then, out of nowhere, a former doubter approached me with wide eyes and an incredulous smile. "Wait, is this your company now?" they asked, their voice a mix of shock and admiration. In that moment, I felt every late night, every ounce of sweat and tear had been worth it. Their disbelief was the confirmation I needed. I was no longer the person who had been left behind. Every new contract I signed, every successful pitch, filled me with a sense of triumph. The rush of adrenaline when I landed a major client was unforgettable. The crisp feel of a freshly inked contract, the soft hum of notifications on my phone, and the constant, thrilling pulse of progress all combined to create a heady mix of satisfaction and possibility. I began to develop a presence in my industry, a name that people started to recognize and respect. With every small win, I was crafting not just a career, but a complete reinvention of who I was. I spent long days in coffee shops, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the quiet buzz of determination as I worked on business plans and creative pitches. I immersed myself in every opportunity to learn, attending workshops and seminars, and even seeking out mentors who had once been in my shoes. Their guidance and the supportive nods of new connections became the building blocks of my resurgence. I started to see that my struggles were not the end of my story. They were the beginning of something new, something powerful. Slowly, I began to attract attention. A well-known publication ran a feature on my journey, and invitations to exclusive industry events started to flood in. With each new accolade, I could feel the weight of my past lifting. I no longer defined myself by the moments of rejection. Instead, I celebrated the resilience that had allowed me to rise. The more I succeeded, the more I realized that my worth was not determined by anyone else's opinion, but by my own relentless drive. There were still challenges, of course. Some days the memories of my failures crept in, and the old doubts tried to whisper that I wasn't enough. But I learned to silence those voices by focusing on the tangible successes in front of me. The glowing reviews, the increasing number of clients, and the undeniable progress in my portfolio. Each setback was simply another lesson, another chance to improve, and with every obstacle overcome, I became a little stronger. The transformation was both internal and external. I revamped my wardrobe to reflect the new confidence I had gained, a collection of sharp, professional outfits that made me feel unstoppable. I updated my online presence, ensuring that every profile and portfolio showcased the best of my work. I even began to share my story openly, not out of vanity, but as a way to inspire others who might be struggling to see a way out of their own darkness. My social media channels started to buzz with messages of support, and slowly the narrative shifted from one of despair to one of hope and determination. One evening, after a particularly productive day filled with promising meetings and new contracts, I found myself alone in my small office. The soft glow of a desk lamp illuminated the room as I sat back and reflected on how far I had come. I felt the echo of every sacrifice and every moment of doubt fade into the background, replaced by a steady rhythm of determination and pride. I looked at my reflection in the window, seeing not the tired person I once was, but a confident, resilient individual who had risen from the ashes of rejection. As I took a deep, satisfying breath, I knew in that moment that my journey was only beginning. Every challenge, every small victory, had been a crucial step toward reclaiming my identity. I whispered quietly to myself, a promise that would carry me into the future. They laughed at me then, but soon they'll know my name. And with that quiet, powerful declaration, I stepped forward into a new era of possibility, fueled by the knowledge that I was unstoppable. My success began to spread like wildfire. I could feel it in every nod of approval and every whispered conversation that now spoke of my name in the same breath as innovation and excellence. Invitations to industry events and exclusive gatherings started pouring in, and soon I found myself rubbing shoulders with top executives and influential leaders. Every time I stepped into a room, I could feel the shift in the air, a mix of admiration and disbelief that I had transformed my life so completely. It wasn't just luck, it was the result of relentless work, and I could see it shining in every detail around me. The media caught on quickly. Articles featured my story, and soon my journey from heartbreak to triumph became an inspiration to many. I was no longer just a survivor of a broken promise. I had become a symbol of resilience. People started to recognize me as someone who had built an empire from the ruins of betrayal. I felt the satisfaction of seeing my name on headlines and the subtle thrill of knowing that every achievement was a clear rebuttal to the doubts of my past. I began receiving congratulatory messages and offers to collaborate, and each new connection reinforced the reality that I was finally in control of my destiny. Meanwhile, my ex, the one who vanished before our wedding, leaving nothing but heartache behind, was beginning to crumble. His life, once filled with promises of a bright future, was now marked by a series of missteps. I started hearing rumors that his financial struggles were mounting and that his reputation in our industry was falling apart. It seemed that the very choices he made out of selfishness had come back to haunt him. His once admired charm was now replaced by a desperate, almost pitiful look that he couldn't hide. I would catch glimpses of him in social media posts or brief appearances at events, and each time it was clear that his life was unraveling. I remember one particular press event that marked the turning point. The venue was a modern, high-end space with soft music playing and the flash of cameras, capturing every moment. As I stepped onto the stage to introduce my latest project, I felt a surge of energy that filled the entire room. I spoke confidently about my vision and the innovations I was bringing to the table, and every word resonated with power. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause, and for a brief moment it felt as if the entire industry was cheering me on. I could feel the smooth weight of my designer watch on my wrist, a silent testament to the success I had earned through blood, sweat, and tears. The air was rich with the scent of expensive cologne and fresh ideas, and I knew then that my journey was not just personal, but a victory for everyone who had ever doubted me. In that same event, as I mingled with key decision-makers, I couldn't help but notice a familiar, unwelcome name flickering on my phone screen, a notification from an unknown number. I glanced at it, and for a split second, my heart skipped a beat. It was a message from him. His desperate words, laced with regret and a hint of panic, reminded me that he was still trying to find his way back to what he had lost. I felt a mix of emotions, satisfaction at how far I'd come, and a cold certainty that his downfall was inevitable. Every congratulatory comment I received, every nod of approval from influential people, was like a resounding message that my life was now a testament to my resilience, while his was crumbling under the weight of his own mistakes. I could see the difference in our worlds every time I checked my phone. My notifications were filled with positive messages from collaborators and offers for new projects. Meanwhile, his name appeared alongside phrases like help, desperate, and regret. It was as if the universe was sending me a clear sign that the tables had turned completely. The flash of cameras at every public appearance, the firm handshake of every influential leader, and the subtle, approving glances from those who once doubted me all contributed to this new reality. A reality where I was unstoppable and he was left to face the consequences of his choices. As the weeks passed, my influence grew exponentially. I was invited to speak at high-profile events, share my story on renowned platforms, and even participate in panel discussions that shaped industry trends. My transformation wasn't just personal. It was public, and every success was a declaration that I had reclaimed my worth. I was building an empire from the ground up, and every step I took was a rebuke to the man who had once abandoned me without a second thought. Often found myself reflecting on how surreal it all was. The very people who once whispered that I wasn't enough were now the ones looking up to me. I became a beacon of hope for those who had been cast aside, a living example that from the depths of despair, greatness can emerge. The energy in every room I entered was electric, charged with the promise of innovation and the unyielding spirit of someone who had fought against all odds. Then, one crisp evening as I sat in my modern office reviewing the day's successes, my phone buzzed once again. This time the message was unmistakable, a desperate plea from him, my ex, reaching out in a final attempt to connect. I stared at the screen, feeling the cool metal of the device in my hand, and the notification served as a stark reminder of the power shift that had taken place. He, who once held all the power, was now reduced to a broken man, his words barely forming a coherent message. That notification was a clear sign. While I had risen to heights he never dreamed possible, he was still struggling in the ruins of his own making. The weight of that moment was profound. The sensory details, the flash of cameras at events, the palpable buzz of admiration, and the constant reminder of my accomplishments cemented the reality that I was now a force to be reckoned with. His desperate message, brief and laden with regret, was the final piece in the puzzle of my transformation. It confirmed everything. I had not only reclaimed my life, but I had also built a future so brilliant that his return was nothing more than a tragic footnote in my story. I set the phone aside, a quiet smile playing on my lips as I absorbed the full magnitude of the turnaround. The world had witnessed my rise, and every congratulatory word, every nod of respect, reinforced the truth that I was no longer defined by the pain of the past. I had carved out a new identity, one that radiated success and self-worth, and as the night settled in, I couldn't help but feel that every moment of my journey had led me to this ultimate power shift, a moment where the echoes of my former heartbreak were replaced by the resounding cheers of a bright, unstoppable future. I walked into the elegant venue, every step filled with purpose, knowing that this was the moment I had been preparing for. The room was alive with energy, soft music, glimmering lights, and the subtle murmur of influential voices sharing ideas. I had spent years transforming my pain into power, and tonight was the night to reveal just how far I had come. Amid the crowd, my eyes found him, the man who had once left me shattered by running off with my best friend, abandoning me when I needed him most. He stood at the edge of the gathering, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief as he caught sight of me. His appearance was a far cry from the confident figure he once was. Now he looked disheveled and desperate, as if his world had finally begun to crumble. I moved through the room with a quiet strength, every gesture deliberate, every step a testament to the resilience I had built over countless days of struggle. As I approached, the whispers of admiration and the flash of cameras seemed to echo a new reality, one where I was the one in control, not the one who had been left behind. The atmosphere was electric, and every eye turned toward us, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. He hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, his voice faltering as he attempted, I didn't expect to see you here." His words, heavy with regret and a trace of panic, resonated painfully against the backdrop of the room's elegant chatter. I could see his eyes darting around, searching for support, as if he hoped someone would validate his presence. But I was no longer that person who crumbled at the sight of betrayal. I stood tall, the memory of every tear and every setback now transformed into an unwavering confidence. With the room growing quieter by the second, I spoke in a voice that was calm yet filled with undeniable resolve. "You left me alone when I needed you most," I said softly, each word measured and clear, carrying the weight of all I had endured. His eyes widened further, and I could see the regret intensify, as if he suddenly understood the magnitude of his mistakes. The murmurs of the crowd grew, a mix of sympathy and approval rippling through the air, punctuating the charged silence that had fallen between us. He tried to interject, stammering something about apologies and explanations, but his voice cracked under the pressure. I let the silence stretch, feeling it deepen like a chasm that separated the past from the present. In that suspended moment, I recalled every betrayal, every stolen dream, and every moment of humiliation that had once defined me. Now, those memories fueled my words. "I spent years rebuilding from the ashes of your selfish choices. I worked until I became the person I always deserved to be." A murmur of astonishment spread across the room as I continued. "I built my own empire, brick by brick, through every rejection, every bitter tear, every moment I was told I wasn't enough." The sound of my words echoed, each syllable resonating with the conviction of someone who had conquered unimaginable odds. His eyes darted nervously, and I saw him shrink, a shadow of the man who had once held so much power over my life. Then, as if in a final futile attempt, he whispered, "Please, I never meant to hurt you." The plea was weak, barely audible, lost in the thunder of my declaration. I took a slow, deliberate breath, letting the intensity of the moment settle over us both. "I could have given you another chance," I said, my tone measured but biting. "But some lessons are best learned the hard way." The words hung in the air, sharp and final, and every eye in the room bore witness to the reversal of our fates. The crowd, a mixture of old colleagues and new allies, erupted in quiet, approving applause. Their recognition of my journey and my transformation was a silent confirmation that I was no longer defined by the past. I felt a surge of satisfaction, a deep, unyielding vindication that washed over me like a tide. Every detail of the night, the subtle fragrance of fresh linen mingling with the rich aroma of fine perfume, the soft murmur of hushed conversations, the glow of crystal chandeliers, became a symbol of the new era I had built from the ruins of betrayal. As the conversation died down, I noticed the soft beep of my phone. I glanced at it and saw a message, a desperate final plea from him, laden with regret and the faint echo of a man who had lost everything he once held dear. For a split second, I allowed myself a quiet smile, a recognition of the full circle of karma. The message was a reminder that while I had risen to heights he never imagined, he was still trying to claw his way back from the wreckage of his own making. In that moment, I realized that the power of my journey was not about revenge in the traditional sense. It was about reclaiming my own self-worth and proving that I could build a future that shone so brightly it rendered all his past mistakes insignificant. Every step I took that night, every nod of approval from the influential figures around me, reinforced that truth. I stepped away from him, each stride a firm declaration that I was moving forward. The room's energy, the approving glances, the subtle yet pervasive aura of triumph all spoke volumes about how completely the tables had turned. I could feel the pulse of success in every beat of my heart, the rhythm of a future that was mine to shape. And as I left, I whispered a final, quiet vow to myself, a vow that would echo long after the night ended. You thought I'd take you back, that I'd still care. But you were so wrong. With that, I walked away, leaving behind a man who was nothing more than a reminder of a past that no longer held any power over me. The night air greeted me with a gentle coolness, and in that moment, I knew that my journey had reached a new peak. A peak where I was no longer defined by the betrayal, but by the incredible strength I had forged in its wake. I stand here now, a living testament to every hardship overcome and every tear turned into strength. The pain of that betrayal, the agony of being abandoned, have all faded into a distant memory, replaced by the bright glow of a future built on my own terms. My journey wasn't just about survival. It was about transforming every moment of despair into a stepping stone toward something extraordinary. I've built a life filled with purpose and success, and every achievement is a reminder that I was never defined by the actions of those who hurt me. As I reflect on the past, I see how every insult, every broken promise, and every lonely night shaped me into the person I am today, a person who now radiates confidence and resilience. The echoes of hurtful words no longer hold power over me. Instead, they've become the fuel for my continued growth. I've learned that true victory isn't measured by revenge, but by the strength to move on, to create a world where I belong without needing validation from anyone else. While the one who once abandoned me drifts in a sea of regret, unable to escape the consequences of his own choices, I am free. My life is now a tapestry of love, respect, and endless possibilities. I've surrounded myself with people who cherish my presence, with opportunities that elevate my dreams, and with the unwavering knowledge that I deserve every bit of success I have achieved. Tonight, as I savor the quiet hum of celebration around me and feel the warmth of genuine connections, I know that I've finally left the past behind. The weight of betrayal has lifted, replaced by the liberating lightness of a heart that no longer carries old wounds. I walk forward with unshakable resolve, knowing that the best revenge wasn't in making someone suffer. It was in realizing that I never needed them to define my worth. Some betrayals break you, but the right ones set you free. And now, I am free. The lawyer's brow furrowed as he flipped to the final page of the estate file. Your parents, he said slowly, have already claimed the entire inheritance. I didn't blink, didn't flinch. I just smiled and reached into my bag. They forgot one thing, I said quietly, sliding a thick, sealed envelope across his desk. He glanced at it, then at me, then back at the folder in front of him, the one that named my parents as the sole beneficiaries of my grandmother's will. Could see it, the shift. That creeping sense of unease flickering behind his professional calm. This wasn't in the official record, he murmured, running his fingers over the envelope like it might explode, because it would. Just not the way he thought. My name is Ava Monroe. I'm 26 years old, and 2 months ago, I found out the people who raised me, who called me daughter, rewrote my future behind my back. I should have known. The moment Grandma passed, everything changed. My parents didn't cry. They didn't grieve, they just got quiet, efficient, cold. They booked the funeral, made the calls. Shut me out of every decision like I was a guest, not family. And when I asked about the will, my mother just smiled and said, there wasn't much left to divide. Just be grateful she remembered you at all. It was a lie. All of it. Grandma always said the house would be mine, that she wanted me to have something, a real start. I'd cared for her the last 3 years while my parents made excuses. I held her hand at night, cooked for her, bathed her when her legs gave out. She said I was her piece. They didn't deserve a penny. But greed? Greed is a parasite. They forged a signature, filed a fake version of her will, claimed the house, the savings, even her jewelry, then had the audacity to sell the piano I used to play for her at night. But they forgot one thing. I listen better than they think. And I never delete voicemails. The lawyer carefully opened the envelope. Inside, the original notarized copy of the will, a letter written in my grandmother's hand, and a thumb drive. And that was the moment everything they stole began slipping through their fingers. My name is Ava Monroe, and for most of my life, I believed I was the invisible thread that held my family together. Quiet, flexible, dependable to a fault. I didn't make noise. I didn't make messes. I didn't make demands. Because in our house, there was never room for those. Growing up, money was always tight. That was the phrase I heard more than, I love you. We can't afford that right now, Ava. Turn off the lights, electricity's not free. Do you think money grows on trees? I learned early not to ask, not to want. We lived in a 2-bedroom duplex on the edge of town. My room was barely big enough to fit a twin mattress and a particle board dresser, but I kept it neat. I told myself I was lucky. Some kids didn't even have that. My father worked in a warehouse, lifting, hauling, driving forklifts. My mother worked at the front desk of a dental clinic, spending her shifts flipping through celebrity magazines and pretending she wasn't bored out of her mind. They said they worked hard, that we were barely getting by, that every penny counted. Believed them. So I never noticed the vacations they took without me, or the fact that my birthday presents were always thrifted while my brother Owen got new video games every Christmas. I assumed I just wasn't easy to love, but there was one person who never made me feel like a burden. Grandma June. She lived 3 blocks over in a faded blue house that smelled like cinnamon and dried lavender. She made pancakes from scratch on Sundays and never once complained when I stayed late. Her front porch swing was the safest place in my world. She listened. Really listened. She kept my artwork on her fridge long after I stopped painting. She sent me handwritten cards when I passed my midterms. She clipped job listings for me when I turned 16 and whispered, "Don't ever let them shrink you, baby. You're too big for this town." When I got into a community college, she cried. My parents just asked who'd be paying for it. I worked 3 jobs to make it happen: barista in the mornings, campus library on weekends, and overnight stocking at the grocery store. Slept in my car more than once. Still graduated on time. I don't think they ever attended a single ceremony, not even the small one when I got my nursing certificate. But Grandma did. She showed up in a lilac dress and brought flowers so big I had to carry them in both arms. She said, "I'm proud of you. No one gave you anything, and you did it anyway." I still remember the warmth in my chest when she said that. Like, for just a moment, I wasn't struggling. I wasn't overlooked. I was seen. After her first stroke, I moved into her house part-time. No one asked me to. No one else offered. My mother said, "You're the nurse. It makes sense." I quit 2 of my jobs, rearranged my class schedule, bathed her when her hand stopped working, changed her bedsheets in the middle of the night, learned how to rotate her medications and track her symptoms better than her doctors, and still, my parents acted like I was playing house. Every time they visited, they stayed just long enough to comment on how dusty things looked. My father always parked crooked in the driveway, like he didn't plan to stay. They didn't see her crying. Her sleep. They didn't hear her whisper my name when she got confused. They didn't see her face when she forgot how to tie her robe and said, "I used to know how to do this, didn't I?" But I did. I was there. For the slow fade of her handwriting. For the day she couldn't remember my name. Then fell apart. When it came back to her too late. I was there when she lost her appetite. When she got scared of mirrors. When she stopped going outside, even to sit on the porch swing we used to share. And when the second stroke hit, sudden, violent, cruel, I was the one holding her hand when she passed. Her lips were dry. Her eyes cloudy, but just before she slipped, she squeezed my fingers and said the last words I'd ever hear from her. "It's yours now. Everything. Take it. Take your life." And then she was gone. I didn't cry right away. I couldn't. I just sat there, in that room filled with beeping machines and quiet apologies, feeling like something inside me had cracked clean open. She was the only one who ever truly saw me, and now she was gone. The funeral was cold, rushed. My mother picked the cheapest flowers. My father refused to pay for a real obituary, so we got a 2-line announcement in the back of the local paper. They didn't let me speak. Said it was already handled, said, "Let's keep things simple." Afterward, I went to the house, the one I thought I'd live in one day, the one where every corner held a memory. I walked into the kitchen to find strangers measuring countertops, a realtor poking through drawers. That's when I knew. They weren't grieving. They were moving on. Fast. Asked about the will. About the papers Grandma kept in the filing cabinet marked important. My mother just smiled and said, "There's not much to divide. You know how your grandmother was. Always sentimental, never practical." And that was the first time I really saw her for what she was. Not frugal. Not modest. Calculating. Because somewhere along the way, she had realized that kindness wouldn't get her what she wanted. But taking would, and they took everything. It happened fast. Faster than grief could settle. Faster than I could make sense of anything. My grandmother had only been gone 3 days when I got the first call from a real estate agent. He was cheerful, professional. Said he was calling on behalf of the estate to schedule a home appraisal. Remember staring at my phone in stunned silence, the sound of his voice blending with the hum of the refrigerator in my one-bedroom apartment. "Sorry, what estate?" I asked finally. The Monroe property. Just finalizing listing details." "Listing? The house? Grandma's house?" I ended the call with shaking hands and drove straight over, only to find a "for sale" sign already hammered into the lawn, like a gravestone. That's when the truth began unraveling in front of me, one cruel stitch at a time. I went inside. Without knocking. My parents were already there, standing in the living room with a stranger in a pantsuit and pearls. They looked up, surprised, but not guilty. "Why is her house for sale?" I asked, voice cracking. My mother exchanged a glance with my father, then offered me a tight, almost pitying smile. "Honey, it's not her house anymore." "You know that." I blinked. "No." She said, "She told me it was mine." She said that. My father sighed, like I was being difficult. "She might have meant it emotionally, but legally? That's not how the will reads." I froze. "I want to see it. The will." My mother's smile didn't falter. "It's already been processed, Ava. There's nothing to fight over." I remember the realtor excusing herself awkwardly, muttering something about coming back later. The front door clicked shut behind her, then my mother said it. Calm, collected. "You were never in the will, Ava. You're confused." 3 words. You're confused. Again. Like the rest of my life had been a misunderstanding. Like caring for my grandmother was some illusion I'd created. Like her words, "It's yours now, sweetheart. Take it," meant nothing. I went upstairs to the filing cabinet, the one labeled important, where Grandma kept everything. It was empty, not reorganized, not moved, gone. They didn't even try to hide it. "Where are the documents?" I asked, barely able to keep my voice steady. My father shrugged. "She must have updated things privately before she passed. We didn't question it. But I did. I questioned everything. Because 3 weeks before she died, my grandmother made me sit on the porch with her and go over the exact details. She told me her lawyer had drawn up the final will, that she left me the house, the savings account, and a letter. That everything I needed would be there, just in case. And now, nothing? I asked for the lawyer's name. My mother said she couldn't remember. My father said he'd get back to me. They never did. But 2 days later, I saw Owen, my younger brother, post a selfie in front of a brand new car with the caption, "Graduation gift came early." Owen had never held a job in his life. He dropped out of college after 1 semester and spent most of his days gaming, vaping, and calling me Nurse Ratchet when I studied too hard during family holidays. And now he was driving a car that cost more than my student loan debt. The caption stung, but what broke me was the backdrop. Our grandmother's garage, still blue, still peeling, still hers. He had taken a picture of his new toy in the place where I once learned to ride a bike, where she used to keep my little pink tricycle, where we'd sat on summer nights sipping orange soda while fireflies blinked around us. And now? A prop totter 2 weeks later, my parents took a vacation. They went to Belize, a beach resort. My mother posted pictures of her feet in the sand. Captioned one, "Finally living a little. Well deserved." Well deserved. I didn't even know they had passports. I was still eating instant noodles and calculating rent to the decimal. Still waiting tables on weekends, exhausted down to the marrow. And they were sipping cocktails in infinity pools, on money that was supposed to be mine. No, that was earned by a woman they barely visited, but I cared for every single day. I wasn't even consulted about her memorial. I found out it happened when my cousin tagged a photo on Facebook, my parents standing with Owen at the cemetery, holding a bouquet of white lilies. Rest easy, Nana. No mention of me, no invite, no warning. When I confronted my mother, she said, "We didn't want to overwhelm you, Ava. Grief affects you differently." Like I was unhinged, like they were the victims of my emotions. They told people I had taken the loss hard, that I wasn't doing well, that I'd made up some story about a will in my grief. They positioned themselves as caretakers of her legacy, the dutiful son and daughter-in-law who handled everything. They stole her memory, her home, her voice. They erased me from the narrative and expected me to vanish with it. But I didn't, because they forgot something, not a clause, not a password, something simple. I listened more than they realized. I paid closer attention than they ever gave me credit for, and I never delete voicemails. Grief has a sound. It's not crying, not screaming. It's quieter than that. It's the hollow thud of your shoes on concrete as you leave the only home you ever felt safe in. It's the click of the lock turning behind you, without hesitation. It's your own breath, ragged, shaky, alone. After they stole the inheritance, after they sold her house and gutted her life like it was an old wardrobe they were tired of, I shut down. I didn't sleep for days. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face. Grandma's soft smile, her hands folded on her lap. The way she looked when she said, "I want you to have it, Ava. All of it." And then I'd wake up, back in my tiny studio apartment, where the heat barely worked and the water ran rust-colored every other day. My next rent check bounced. I'd used the last of my savings to cover the funeral flowers, because I didn't know they had already planned something without me. I thought I was contributing to our goodbye. I didn't realize they were using my grief as a curtain to hide the theft. My landlord gave me a week's notice. No grace. No, we understand. He knocked on my door and said flatly, "You got 5 days, Ava." Then I changed the locks. So I packed what little I had, a duffel bag of thrifted clothes, a box of textbooks I couldn't bring myself to sell, a plastic tote with faded photos, most of them with her smile at the center. I crashed with a friend from nursing school, Lana. She had a basement apartment with peeling paint and a water heater that groaned like an old man every night, but it was dry, and she didn't ask questions. I started working double shifts at the urgent care clinic, overnights, patients with coughs, rashes, and panic attacks at 3 a.m., most of them high, some of them angry. I kept my head down, took blood pressure readings, typed notes into the system until my fingers cramped. Sometimes I'd forget what day it was. My skin broke out from stress. I drank black coffee like water. I didn't dream anymore. One morning, after a 12-hour shift, I sat on Lana's couch, numb, heavy, watching reruns of a sitcom I couldn't follow. There was a mug in my hand, but I couldn't remember pouring it. The room smelled like microwave, popcorn, and cat litter. I hadn't spoken to my parents in weeks, not since the will. Not since they gaslit me, said I was confused, that I was imagining things. And the worst part? Some nights, I almost believed them. Had I misunderstood? Grandma? Was I so desperate for something to be mine, just once, that I'd invented the whole thing? She never let me read the will myself. She just told me. Maybe I'd clung to the words too tightly. Maybe I'd filled in the blanks with hope. Hope is dangerous like that. It reshapes reality. I pulled out my phone, scrolled through old messages, photos. I wanted proof. Something. Anything. I opened my voicemail tab just to see her name. June Monroe. One last time. And there it was. A message. Left 7 weeks before she died. One I never listened to. Probably missed during a clinic shift. My finger hovered over the play button. I didn't breathe. Then I tapped it. Hi, sweetheart. Her voice was warm, soft, a little shaky. I know. You're probably working again, always working. But I just finished signing everything with Mr. Carlton. That's my lawyer, remember? The one with the squeaky shoes? She chuckled faintly. The house and everything I have is yours, Ava. I made it all official, just in case something happens sooner than I think. You've earned it, baby. Every piece. I love you. Beep. Dropped the phone. My hands were trembling. The tears came before I could stop them. Silent, burning streaks down my cheeks. It was like something cracked open inside me. A dam I didn't know I'd built. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't imagining. She had left it all to me. They lied. They stole it. Took her words, her voice, her trust, and forged it into something cold and legal. They didn't just erase me from her will. They tried to erase her from me. I picked the phone back up and replayed the message 3 more times. I copied it to 3 devices. Uploaded it to the cloud. Emailed it to myself. Backed it up twice. And then I sat there, knees pulled to my chest, that small, broken part of me finally confirming what I'd felt since the day she died. They betrayed me, and they were going to pay. Something changed after I heard that voicemail, not all at once. Not like a movie moment where a character suddenly stands taller, backlit by lightning. No, it was quieter than that. Colder, sharper, like ice sliding under skin. I stopped crying, stopped doubting, stopped asking why, because I finally understood. There was no misunderstanding, no miscommunication, no tragic oversight. They stole from me, deliberately, and I'd spent too long letting them believe they got away with it. So I stopped picking up my mother's calls, ignored her vague texts, little feelers like, hope you're okay, or let's not drag this out, Ava. They weren't check-ins, they were probes, testing how much I knew, how far I'd go. I didn't respond, because I wasn't Ava, the caregiver anymore. I was Ava, the witness. Ava, the blood relative with legal standing. Ava, the one quietly preparing to burn it all down. The first thing I did was go to the probate court. It was a gray Tuesday, drizzling. I remember sitting on the public bus, fingers clenched around the straps of my bag, replaying her voice over and over in my head. The house and everything I have is yours, sweetheart. I made it all official. When I reached the clerk's office, I asked for a copy of my grandmother's will. They gave it to me without question. It was public record now. When the man handed over the manila envelope, I held it for a long moment before opening it, like touching a ghost. Inside was a scanned document, 3 pages typed, cold, clean, clinical. I read it once, then again, and again, and then my stomach dropped because my name was there, but only once, as a witness, not as a beneficiary. And beside, my name was a signature that wasn't mine. It looked like mine, close enough. But the slant was wrong, the spacing too perfect, the curve of the A too rigid. It was a forgery, and I knew exactly who did it. My mother had always been weirdly good at copying handwriting. I used to think it was a party trick. Now I saw it for what it was, a skill, a weapon. I didn't go to the police. Not yet. That would make noise. And I needed silence. Instead, I made an appointment with a small law firm that specialized in elder estate fraud. No big flashy office, no gold plaques. Just a quiet building near the edge of town with a bell that jingled when I opened the door. The Fjær? Receptionist barely looked up as I gave my name, but the lawyer who stepped out 5 minutes later, she saw me. Her name was Marla Devane. Mid-40s, no makeup, blunt bob, eyes like steel. She didn't ask if I was sure. She didn't say it sounded messy. She didn't call it a family misunderstanding. She just said, "Tell me everything," and pressed record on the tiny black device beside her coffee. So I did. The caregiving. The will, the voicemail, the forged signature, the house, the car, the vacation, the lies. Marla didn't interrupt once. When I finished, she sat back and said, "We're going to start with their mistakes, because people like that always make them." Then she slid a contract across the table. Retainer fee? $0. Contingency basis, she said with a shrug. If you're right, and I think you are, they'll be paying my invoice. I left that office lighter, still angry, still aching, but with something I hadn't had in months, a direction. That night, I searched through every old message, photo, and letter I had from Grandma. I was looking for names, clues, anything that could help us crack through their version of events, and then I found it, tucked inside a birthday card from the year before. A small cream-colored business card, Graham Carlton, Estate Law. In her shaky script, she'd scrawled beneath it, the one with the squeaky shoes. Call if I'm ever gone. Before I say goodbye, my throat tightened. But I didn't cry. Instead, I dialed the number. A younger woman answered. His assistant, I assumed. I asked if Mr. Carlton had represented June Monroe. There was a pause, then a quiet, "Yes, would you be her granddaughter?" I said I was. She transferred me immediately. His voice was gravelly, slow, kind. I told him who I was, what happened, how my parents had filed a will that didn't match what I was told. And when I said my name, he paused. "I remember you," he said softly. "She talked about you every time she came in, said you were the only one who showed up when it mattered." Then he said the words I didn't know I was holding my breath for. I still have the original. She left instructions to deliver it directly to you. Your parents never requested a copy. I sat back in my chair, the phone hot against my ear. There, it was, proof, not just of the fraud, but of her love, her trust, her voice, finally louder than theirs. He said he'd overnight the documents to me, original will, letter, witness statements, everything. And suddenly, the weight I'd been dragging, behind me, shifted. It didn't go away, but now it had direction. Now it had a purpose. They'd forged her signature, filed lies in a courthouse, stolen her home, and rewrote her legacy. But they forgot one thing. She didn't trust them. She trusted me. Revenge, I've learned, doesn't start with rage. It starts with receipts. The day the original will arrived from Mr. Carlton, I didn't open it right away. I just held it, sitting on the edge of Lana's creaky twin bed, the cardboard envelope firm in my hands like a sealed fate. I had proof. Now. Legally binding, notarized, time-stamped proof. But this wasn't just about getting back what they stole. It was about making them answer for how they did it. I didn't want an apology. I wanted evidence. I wanted a trail. So I started following the money. Marla, my lawyer, told me to request every financial record tied to Grandma's estate. Bank statements, transaction logs, disbursement slips. Anything that had changed hands since her death. She filed the motions. I made the calls, and within a week, a stack of documents thicker than a phone book landed on my lap. I printed it all, laid it out on the living room floor, row by row, page by page. Lana stepped over them carefully for days. She stopped asking questions after the third time she caught me red-eyed, scribbling notes at 2 a.m. And then I found it. A series of withdrawals from Grandma's checking account, dated after her death. Thousands of dollars, some in even amounts. Others odd. All pulled from ATMs nowhere near the hospital or her house. One in particular stood out. A $4,000 withdrawal made exactly 36 hours after she passed, from a machine 10 miles from my parents' neighborhood. The camera footage was long gone, but the account number the money was transferred into, it matched my father's business account. I didn't even know he had one. I kept digging. On the third night, I cross-referenced the dates of every signature related to the will. I highlighted one name over and over, the notary who witnessed. The final version my parents submitted, Martin Calhoun. Stamped at the bottom of the forged will, official seal. Date of verification. It looked real, but I'd already learned that looks real and is real are two different things. So I tracked him down. He worked at a UPS store across town. I called and asked to speak with him, pretending to be a new client. He wasn't expected back for another 3 weeks. He's on vacation, the assistant chirped. Actually, he's on a cruise. He does those every December. My breath caught. Wait, every December? Oh, yeah, she said, laughing. Same time every year. Leaves right after Thanksgiving, comes back after New Year's. I checked the date next to his name on the forged will. December 12th. He was somewhere in the middle of the Caribbean when my parents claimed he signed it. I didn't say a word. Just ended the call and stared at the printout. That was it, not just fraud. Intentional, traceable fraud. 2 days later, help came from the last place I expected. My mom's sister, Aunt Rachel. She called me in a whisper, said she saw my mother and father arguing in their driveway. That they were stressed about legal things. That she'd overheard something about keeping Ava quiet and hiding the trust. I didn't even know she was still talking to them. We weren't close, not really. Rachel always stayed out of family drama. But she loved Grandma. And when I told her about the will, about the voicemail, the forged signature, the fake notary, she went silent on the other end of the line for a long time. Then she said, "I'll help you." 3 words, steady, clear. It was the first time someone from the family believed me. not just sympathized, stood with me. She invited me over the next day, said she had something to show me. I arrived early. She poured us tea, hands shaking, told me she'd been suspicious since the funeral, that my parents seemed too rehearsed. Then she handed me a folder. Inside was a printed email, sent from my father's account to a banker named Thomas Reese. Subject line, Trust Consolidation, J. Monroe account date, 4 days after Grandma died. Attached was a PDF showing a newly created trust under my father's name, with a secondary signer, my mother. It contained $78,262, all of it pulled from my grandmother's savings, and at the bottom of the transfer form, a digital signature in my name. Again, not mine. Again. Forged. But this time, they weren't hiding behind paperwork in a drawer. They created an entire legal entity to erase me from existence. Aunt Rachel was pale as she watched me read. She whispered, "She always said it would go to you. I just didn't know they'd do this." Neither did I. I sent everything to Marla that night, the bank statements, the ATM logs, the trust document, the notary alibi. She didn't reply with words. She sent me one emoji, a flame, then a message. Now we light the match. The house smelled like expensive candles and lemon polish, like new money, like someone had scrubbed away every trace of what used to be home. It was a Saturday afternoon, a celebration of life luncheon. My parents had invited extended family, neighbors, a few church friends, people who hadn't seen my grandmother in years but were more than happy to show up for catered sandwiches and free wine. I wasn't invited. Of course I wasn't, but I walked in anyway. Not loud, not angry, calm, collected. Dressed in black slacks, a slate gray blouse, hair pinned in a twist, heels clicking across the hardwood floor that used to creak when I tiptoed across it. At night, heads turned as I entered. Aunt Rachel met my eyes first. She nodded once, subtle, solid, supportive. Then my mother spotted me. Her smile wavered, just a flicker, before she stepped forward, arms open, her voice rising with faux surprise. "Ava, we didn't think you were coming." No. They thought I'd disappeared, folded, curled in on myself like I always had. I offered her a flat smile. Change of plans. She looked over my shoulder like she expected to see someone trailing me. Someone weaker. Someone still playing their game. But I wasn't here to play. I was here to end it. The living room was packed. White floral arrangements on every surface. A digital slideshow of old photos on a TV screen near the fireplace. Photos of my grandmother holding Owen. Of her with my mother. One, just one, of us together. They'd cropped me out of the rest. My father stood in the center of the room, a champagne flute in hand, regaling a circle of guests with tales of how much work they'd done on the house. "We kept the bones, of course," he said, gesturing to the crown molding, but added a little life. "It's ours now." Felt right. It's ours now. I stepped into the center of the room, letting my voice cut through the idle chatter. "You stole the house I used to play in," I said evenly, sliding a sealed folder onto the coffee table beside the catering platters. "Now get out of it." Silence dropped like a hammer. My father blinked. "What?" I didn't look at him. I turned to the room. "Some of you know me. Some of you probably think I disappeared after my grandmother passed. That I abandoned this house, this family, this memory. But I didn't. I was pushed out, erased." My mother's jaw tightened. "Ava, maybe we should—" "No." I raised a hand. "You've spoken enough. For years you got to control the story. Now it's my turn. The room shifted. People leaned in, wine glasses held midair. The quiet wasn't uncomfortable. It was electric. I walked to the center of the coffee table and opened the folder. Inside, the original will. Witness statements, the voicemail transcript, copies of the forged trust document, bank withdrawals, the notary's cruise itinerary. I didn't need to read it aloud. I just let them see it. And then, as if on cue, the front door opened again. Marla walked in, black blazer, silver necklace, court order in hand. "Sorry I'm late," she said, tone light but edged with steel. Took a minute to get the judge to sign the expedited motion. She turned to my parents and handed my mother the folded court document. "You've been served." My mother's face went pale. My father took the paper from her hands, eyes darting across the lines. This isn't real," he muttered. "Oh, it's very real," Marla said coolly. "The property you're standing in was unlawfully seized, the inheritance misappropriated through a forged legal document, and trust funds fraudulently created in the name of a deceased woman. This court order freezes all assets connected to the estate effective immediately." My father opened his mouth. Marla shut it with a look. My mother tried to salvage her composure, tucking a hair behind her ear. "We didn't. This is a misunderstanding." I tilted my head. "You told me I was never in the will, that I was confused. You sat there in this house and lied to my face." Owen stepped forward, blinking slowly like he was waking up from a dream. "Wait, are you saying none of that was ours?" I looked at him. "No, it was never yours. And deep down, I think you knew." He stared at the floor. No one spoke. The slideshow kept running behind us. Pictures of birthdays, holidays, porch swings all stolen for the sake of a lie. "Get your things," I said finally. "You have 24 hours. My father bristled. "You can't do this," Marla cut in. "Actually, she can. The court has ruled in her favor. A full restitution hearing is scheduled. I'd advise legal counsel, though you'll need to find someone affordable." Aunt Rachel stood slowly, eyes on my parents. "You should be ashamed," she whispered. "All of you." Then she walked over to me and rested a hand on my shoulder. "You did it," she murmured. "You brought her back." I nodded once, because this wasn't just about reclaiming a house. It was about reclaiming her voice, her choice, her trust in me. They thought they could erase me, but I brought the receipts. And now, they would carry the weight of their greed in full view of every person they'd ever tried to impress. Justice didn't scream, it whispered. And in that silence, they finally heard it. The silence after the court order hit the room like thunder. For a moment, all you could hear was the soft hum of the refrigerator and the faint buzz of the slideshow still playing in the background. Pictures of birthday cakes and Christmas trees and my grandmother's smile, a smile they buried under lies. Then came the cracks. It started with my mother. Her mouth moved, but no words came. Her hand trembled against the court document as if the paper had burned her fingers. And then, finally, her voice. "But we're her family," she whispered, her voice breaking. "We took care of her." "No, Ava did," Aunt Rachel said, standing tall now, her voice louder than it had ever been in this house. "She took care of your mother while you cashed her checks and booked spa weekends. Don't you dare rewrite the story now." My mother's knees buckled slightly. She caught the edge of the table. "She said we could. She promised us. She said we'd all be okay." She gasped, as if spinning a new lie would soften the truth. Marla crossed her arms. There is no version of this where your actions look anything but criminal. My father, who had been silent too long, suddenly stepped forward, eyes dark. "This is fraud," he snapped. "She's manipulating you. That will could have been planted?" "You know that's not true," I said quietly. "No. What I know," he said, pointing a shaking finger at me, "is that you were always jealous, always bitter. You want to play the hero now? Fine. But don't pretend you didn't want this family gone the second you realized you couldn't control it." A dry laugh slipped from me before I could stop it. "I didn't want to control anything," I said. "I just wanted the truth. And now, so does everyone else." I looked around the room. Dozens of eyes. Friends, distant cousins, people who once nodded politely at my mother's excuses, who accepted the narrative that I was difficult, dramatic, ungrateful. Now they just looked disgusted. One woman, the neighbor who used to bring us holiday fudge, set down her wineglass and muttered, "I can't believe this." Someone else whispered, "I thought Ava ran off." And another, "Didn't they say she didn't even show up for the funeral?" It was unraveling fast now. The version of reality they'd so carefully constructed, the one where they were victims and I was the embarrassment, was cracking open at the seams and everyone could see what spilled out. My mother broke down completely. Hands over her face, mascara bleeding into her palms, her voice cracked and pleading. "We didn't mean for it to go so far. It was just supposed to be temporary. We needed time." "Time to what?" I asked. "Drain the savings account? Flip the house?" She didn't answer. My father turned to Marla like she might still be negotiable. "You can't really expect her to keep all of it. That's unreasonable." Marla didn't flinch. "You forged a will, laundered inheritance, funds into a fake trust, used your deceased mother's identity for personal gain. Be thankful she's not pressing for jail time." "Yet," I added. He paled. The next 48 hours were a quiet storm. I stayed at Aunt Rachel's while Marla finalized the enforcement order. By Monday morning, the house was no longer in their name. The locks were changed, their personal items boxed, and stacked neatly in the garage, waiting for a courier pickup. Every trace of their fake legacy, gone. The trust account, frozen. Every dollar under investigation. Credit cards declined. Mortgage refinances flagged. They went from smug homeowners to legal pariahs in less than a week. They tried to play the sympathy card online, posted vague Facebook statuses like, "It's always your own blood who ruins you, and we gave everything," and got betrayal in return. But the comments turned on them fast. People asked questions, shared the article that Marla had quietly leaked to the local paper. Air fights back, forged will exposes shocking family fraud. There was a photo of me standing on the porch, my porch now. The same swing where Grandma once held my hand and said, "You're meant for more." I never commented on their posts. I didn't have to. The day the court issued the final ruling, I went back to the house alone. It was quiet, still smelled faintly like citrus and soap. I walked into the living room, barefoot, sunlight pouring through the windows. I ran my hand along the banister where I used to slide down in footy pajamas. In the kitchen, I found a note taped to the inside of a cupboard. Faded handwriting. "Grandma's Ava, if you're reading this, I hope it means you came home." I sat on the floor and cried. But it wasn't the broken, desperate crying of before. It was soft, steady, cleansing. I didn't just get the house, I got her back. her voice, her faith in me, her legacy. I had carried the weight of their lies for so long I forgot what it felt like to stand on truth. But now I was standing in it, and they were finally out in the cold where they belonged. The house didn't feel haunted anymore, not by them, not by the silence, not even by grief. The ghosts were gone, their fingerprints scrubbed from every wall, their shadows shaken out of every curtain. It took time. Almost a year. But piece by piece, brick by brick, I reclaimed what they tried to erase. I didn't just move in, I rebuilt. The first thing I did was tear out the carpet in the back bedroom, the one that used to be mine. Beneath the musty beige was hardwood, faded but strong. I sanded it down myself. Every pass of the machine felt like shedding a layer of pain, until what was left was clean, golden, and new. I replaced the cracked tiles in the kitchen, painted the porch swing sky blue, just like it had been when Grandma sat on it with her iced tea and crossword puzzles. But I didn't stop there, because this house wasn't just mine. It was meant for something more. So I opened the doors. Today, this house is called June's Place. It's a transition home for young women aging out of foster care, girls who, like me, knew what it felt like to be forgotten, overlooked, left to figure it all out with no safety net and no one to call at. Midnight when the world feels like it's caving in. There are 4 bedrooms now, warm quilts, shared dinners, laughter in the hallways, music playing low from the kitchen while someone learns to make soup from scratch. We talk about things most people are too polite to mention: abandonment, trauma, survival, but also goals, joy, softness, dreams. Sometimes I catch one of them sitting out on the porch swing, wrapped in a sweater, staring at the stars like they're trying to remember what hope feels like. And I get it. I remember. I still work nights at the clinic sometimes. Not because I have to, but because I want to. Because helping someone through the dark, no matter how small the wound, still feels like a kind of magic. I eat when I'm hungry, sleep when I'm tired, cry when I need to, laugh out loud when something's funny instead of choking it back, like it's an indulgence I can't afford. My phone no longer buzzes with threats or guilt or vague messages from people trying to rewrite the truth. The world is quiet now, and I know it's real because peace doesn't shout. It whispers. The porch is still my favorite place. I sit there most evenings with a cup of tea and my grandmother's blanket draped over my lap. The one with the little sunflowers stitched in by hand. Faded, soft from time. Sometimes I write. Sometimes I just breathe. And some nights, I open the letter, the one she left in the original will. The handwriting is shaky, but full of her. Ava, sweetheart, I know life hasn't been fair to you. I know what it's like to be small in a world that doesn't care how hard you're trying, but you kept going anyway. That's the kind of strength that changes the world. And I know you'll do just that. This house is yours, not because I owe it to you, but because you deserve a place where you're never second, never invisible, never unloved. Take it. Make it yours. Fill it with something beautiful. I love you. Grandma, I fold it carefully and tuck it back into the envelope. And I smile. Not with triumph, but with something deeper. Because they thought they stole everything. The money, the house, the legacy. But they were wrong. They stole what they thought was everything. But what Grandma left me can't be forged. She left me peace, and now I have it. I thought betrayal only happened in movies, until it happened to me. I discovered a bank statement that revealed the funds for my future had vanished without a trace. I overheard whispers and saw my stepmom's smug smile. She stole my dreams. But she had absolutely no idea what was coming. I remember the day my future was stolen as if it were a scene from a tragic film. I had spent years dreaming about college, the long nights studying, the scholarships I fought for, the promises Dad made that our funds were safe, untouchable. I believed that money was the foundation of my future, a safety net to catch me when I soared. But then, in one devastating moment, I discovered that everything I'd worked for had vanished. I stumbled upon a bank statement that made my heart race with dread. The numbers were wrong. Every dollar meant for my education was gone. At first, I couldn't believe it. I reread the statement over and over, hoping it was some terrible mistake. But deep down, I knew the truth was far more painful. My stepmom had deliberately drained the account, using my college fund for her own gain, and she had never even considered telling me. The betrayal wasn't hidden behind a veil of secrecy, it was out in the open. At a family dinner, when I casually mentioned my plans for college, she responded with an unsettling calm, a feigned innocence that sent chills down my spine. With a tight grip on my fork, I watched as she smiled sweetly, her tone dripping with false concern. "You never really needed college anyway," she said softly, as if that were a consolation. "Some people just aren't meant for success." Her words echoed in my ears like a cruel joke, stripping away every shred of hope I'd built over the years. I felt a hollow pit forming in my stomach as I sat there, the sounds of clinking cutlery and polite conversation turning into a haunting background to my private disaster. Every whispered comment and every sideways glance confirmed the reality. My dreams, my future, had been stolen by the one person I should have trusted the most. The cold, hard truth hit me like a freight train, leaving me numb and devastated. That moment, the taste of betrayal was bitter on my tongue. I could feel tears threatening to spill, unshed and burning, as I struggled to maintain composure. The scene played out in slow motion, the way her fake concern twisted into smug satisfaction, the way my heart pounded in disbelief, and the way the room seemed to shrink, closing in on me with every passing second. I was surrounded by family and friends who, in their own way, validated her deception without realizing the pain they were complicit in. I remember the silence that followed her callous remark. It was as if the room itself rejected the idea that I could ever be enough. I felt completely alone, as if I were standing in a spotlight of judgment while she paraded her false victory. My mind raced, trying to piece together how everything had gone so terribly wrong. I couldn't comprehend that someone so close had orchestrated such a devastating act. But even in the midst of that unbearable humiliation, a spark of defiance began to flicker. I realized then that her cruelty was not the end of my story. It was just the beginning of a battle I would fight with every ounce of strength I had left. As I sat there, barely holding back my tears, I made a silent vow. I would not let her steal my future. I would rise, and I would reclaim every dream she had taken from me. She thought she won. She had no idea the fight had just begun. I was left standing in a world that had suddenly turned cold and unforgiving. The moment I realized my college fund was gone, every plan, every hope for a future filled with opportunity, crumbled into dust. I spent days rereading bank statements, each number a harsh reminder that everything I had worked so hard for had been stolen from me. The realization was a brutal shock. My stepmom had drained the account, leaving me with nothing to look forward to. The betrayal was not subtle. It was a calculated act, designed to strip me of my future. In the aftermath, every attempt to seek help fell flat. I reached out to friends and family, but their responses were tinged with pity and judgment. They whispered that I must have done something to deserve this, that maybe I wasn't as capable as I once believed. I was trapped in a vicious cycle of self-blame, each rejection echoing louder than the last. The world around me seemed indifferent, busy, bustling, and completely unaware of the quiet devastation inside me. I remember sitting in my tiny, cold apartment, the dim glow of my laptop screen the only light at 3 a.m. The air was stale and heavy, and every tick of the clock reminded me that time was passing, even though I felt frozen. I clutched old love letters and faded photographs that once promised a bright future, each one now a painful relic of what could have been. The bitter taste of loss and the chill of loneliness crept into every corner of my being. I questioned everything, whispering to the darkness. Was I really not enough? Did I fail because of my own shortcomings? Every closed door and every dismissive look from those I once trusted made the isolation sting even more. I reached out for opportunities, but it seemed like the world had decided I was no longer worth a second chance. The rejection letters piled up, and the feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. I could almost feel the weight of every disappointment pressing down on me, each one a heavy reminder that my future was being stolen from me, piece by piece. Amid the isolation, there were moments when the pain seemed unbearable, a constant loop of regret and self-doubt that played over and over in my mind. I remember the sound of the clock in my empty room, each tick a loud accusation, and the cold touch of the night air that seeped through the cracked window. I felt as if the walls were closing in, trapping me in a prison of my own making, where every memory of betrayal was magnified by the silence. Yet, even as I sank deeper into despair, a small, defiant spark began to glow within me. In the darkest hours, when the only light came from that lonely laptop screen, I found a moment of clarity. I stared at my own reflection in a cracked mirror and saw not just the remnants of pain, but a determination that refused to be snuffed out. I whispered, almost inaudibly, "If they think this is the end, they've got another thing coming." In that solitary, heart-wrenching moment, I vowed that I would not be defined by her betrayal. The journey from that crushing low began with small acts of rebellion. I started to search for any sign of a mistake, a receipt, a transaction detail, a slip-up in her careful planning that could serve as a lifeline. Every little clue I uncovered fueled a growing resolve. I began piecing together the puzzle of her deception, determined to reclaim not just my lost funds, but also the dignity that had been stripped away from me. Every night, as I scrolled through emails and bank records, the glimmer of hope slowly started to outshine the darkness of despair. That night, as the city outside continued its indifferent pulse, I made a choice. I would no longer be the victim of her greed. I promised myself that if the world refused to give me a chance, I would create one myself. The taste of regret turned into a bitter resolve, and the cold emptiness of that apartment transformed into a crucible of determination. I gathered my strength, wiped away the lingering tears, and steeled myself for the road ahead. The pain of betrayal was deep, and the wounds ran long, but I was beginning to see that every setback could be the catalyst for a comeback. I resolved that the humiliation I endured would not be my final chapter. It would be the spark that ignited my resurgence. I whispered into the quiet night, if no one would give me a chance. I'll make one. And with that defiant vow, I took the first step on a new journey, a journey to reclaim my future and rebuild my life from the ruins of that stolen dream. I began to rebuild from the ashes with a fierce determination that felt like a rebirth. Every morning, before the first light touched the sky, I rose with a single thought. I would not be defined by my past. I took on small gigs and projects, no matter how insignificant they seemed, each one a quiet victory over the darkness that once consumed me. The long hours spent working, often in the solitude of a small room with nothing but the hum of a computer for company, became my sanctuary, a place where every keystroke and every phone call built a bridge from despair to hope. The early days were exhausting. I'd push myself to the limit, driven by a mix of raw anger and a deep-seated need to prove that I was more than the betrayal I had endured. I learned to embrace the fatigue that followed relentless nights of work, seeing it, not as a weakness, but as the evidence of my commitment to reclaiming my life. Every rejection, every setback, only made my resolve stronger. I began to view each no as a stepping stone, a necessary hurdle on the path to something greater. In this time of transformation, I invested in myself like never before. I attended workshops and took courses to sharpen my skills, and I immersed myself in every opportunity to learn. I reached out to people in my field, even those I once admired from afar, and slowly began to build a network of mentors and supporters who recognized my potential. The process was gradual but exhilarating. Each new connection, each piece of advice was a spark that ignited my passion and drove me further. I learned to speak up, to share my ideas with confidence, and soon my hard work began to speak louder than the echoes of my past failures. I remember the first time I truly felt the power of this transformation. It was at a small industry meetup, a casual gathering of professionals in a modestly lit venue. I walked in quietly, my heart still heavy with memories of hurt, yet determined to show a new version of myself. I started sharing my work, my ideas, and the journey that had led me to this moment. At first, my voice wavered, but as I spoke, something within me steadied. I saw the surprise in the eyes of those who once doubted me, and one by one they began to nod in acknowledgement. A former critic approached me afterward with a hesitant smile and said, "Wow, I almost didn't recognize you." That simple remark resonated deeply. It was proof that I had evolved beyond the person I once was. As weeks turned into months, each small victory accumulated into a larger transformation. I began to receive invitations to more prestigious events, and my work started gaining attention from influential figures. I meticulously built my reputation through consistent effort. Every successful project, every positive review, became a cornerstone of my new identity. I updated my portfolio, rebranded myself, and shared my journey on social media, not as a cry for sympathy, but as a testament to the strength that had carried me through the worst of times. I remember the exhilaration of signing my first major contract as my own boss. The crisp sound of the pen on paper, the smooth feel of the contract in my hand, and the subtle nod of approval from a client. All of it affirmed that I had reclaimed control over my destiny. That moment, along with countless others, was a reminder that the struggles of my past had been transformed into the stepping stones of my future. I began to see that every tear shed, every sleepless night, had prepared me for this triumphant return. The transformation wasn't just about professional success, it was about a complete personal reinvention. I changed the way I looked, adopting a new style that reflected the confidence and strength I had gained. I learned to dress with purpose, choosing outfits that made me feel empowered, and I carried myself with an air of assurance that silenced the doubts of my past. Every day when I looked in the mirror, I saw a reflection that no longer mirrored the pain of betrayal, but radiated the resilience of a fighter who had risen from the depths. Networking events and business meetings became the arenas where I showcased my new self. I attended high-profile gatherings, confidently introducing myself and engaging in conversations with industry leaders. The energy in these rooms was palpable. The sound of respectful chatter, the flash of cameras, the exchange of ideas that flowed as freely as the applause at every successful presentation. I built alliances that were not just based on business, but on a shared belief in transformation and the power of starting over. Every interaction, every handshake, every nod of acknowledgement fueled my determination further. I discovered that my journey of reinvention was not just about proving others wrong, but about proving to myself that I was capable of achieving greatness. The hardships of the past became the fuel for my ambitions, and the relentless pursuit of my dreams turned every setback into a lesson learned. I became an example of how resilience, when combined with hard work and unwavering belief, could shatter even the darkest of circumstances. In the quiet moments of reflection, I would sometimes think back to the days when I felt utterly defeated. Those memories, once heavy with sorrow, now served as a contrast to the person I had become. I realized that every moment of pain had contributed to my growth. Every rejection had paved the way for a stronger comeback. With each new day, I grew more confident, more driven, and more certain that I was destined for a future defined not by betrayal, but by my own relentless pursuit of excellence. By the time I began to see the tangible results of my efforts, contracts signed, projects completed, accolades earned, I knew that the person I once was had been completely transformed. I had forged a new identity out of the remnants of my past, one built on determination, grit, and an unyielding desire to succeed. Every challenge I overcame, every obstacle I turned into an opportunity, reinforced the truth that I was unstoppable. And, in the midst of that transformation, as I looked around at the vibrant energy of my new life, I whispered a quiet promise to myself. They laughed at me then, but soon they'll know my name. With that, I stepped forward into a future filled with hope and possibility, ready to take on the world with every ounce of strength I had gained from the ashes of my old self. My success exploded onto the scene like a storm no one saw coming. Every day I felt the weight of my transformation lift as my reputation grew and the world began to take notice. Invitations to high-profile events and meetings poured in, and suddenly I was rubbing shoulders with top executives and influential figures who once dismissed me as nothing more than a footnote in someone else's story. My work was featured in respected magazines, and my name, once a source of whispered pity, now echoed in boardrooms and on television screens. I had become a symbol of resilience and determination, a living testament to the fact that the darkest betrayals can ignite the brightest fires. Every time I stepped into a room, I sensed the change. The soft click of designer heels on polished marble, the subtle hum of hushed conversations, and the gleam of admiration in every eye reminded me that I had reclaimed my life. The flash of cameras at every press event, the crisp, decisive sound of applause after every presentation, and the intoxicating scent of success filled the air like an affirmation that my journey was real and unstoppable. I could feel the smooth weight of a luxury watch on my wrist as I signed contracts that once seemed like distant dreams. With every handshake and every nod of approval, I was not just building a brand, I was rewriting the narrative of my past. Meanwhile, The life my ex-husband and his mistress had once flaunted was falling apart in a cascade of misfortunes. Their once glittering promises had crumbled. News reports spoke in hushed tones about failed ventures and financial ruin. I started to hear whispers about how the man who abandoned me was now drowning in debt, while his mistress, who had thought she had stolen my world, struggled to maintain the facade of perfection. It was as if every new opportunity I embraced was another nail in the coffin of their carefully constructed lies. They had built their world on betrayal and deceit, but that foundation was now cracking under the weight of their own arrogance. At one grand industry gala, I took the stage to unveil my latest project, a revolutionary idea that promised to change the landscape of our field. The room was electric, buzzing with excitement and punctuated by the flash of cameras capturing every moment. As I spoke, every word resonated with the power of my transformation. The crisp rustle of my tailored outfit, the cool touch of an expensive fabric against my skin, and the steady pulse of the audience's applause all merged into a symphony of validation. I felt that every hardship, every tear, every moment of doubt had led me to this point of undeniable triumph. I could see the shift in the atmosphere as influential figures leaned in to listen, their eyes reflecting both admiration and a hint of envy. Across the room, I noticed a subtle but unmistakable change in the tone of conversations. People who once doubted my capabilities now spoke my name with reverence, and I could sense that the tables had completely turned. The very platforms that had once celebrated mediocrity were now heralding my success as a benchmark of true resilience. Then, in the midst of all this overwhelming recognition, my phone buzzed unexpectedly. I glanced at the screen and saw a message from him, a terse, desperate note that sent a chill down my spine. It was from my ex-husband, the very man who had abandoned me when I needed him most, or perhaps from his mistress who had believed she had everything. The message was brief, almost pleading. "Can we talk?" The words, so simple and laden with regret, reminded me of a time when I had been broken and vulnerable. But now, as I looked around at the sea of congratulatory faces and felt the undeniable surge of my own self-worth, I knew that his desperate outreach was nothing more than a final grasp at relevance, a reminder that while I had soared to heights he never imagined, he was still left to drown in the consequences of his own choices. The stark contrast was almost tangible. Every congratulatory comment on social media, every glowing review from a respected colleague, served as a reminder that I was not only in control of my destiny, but was actively redefining what success meant. I had turned every betrayal, every stolen dream, into the stepping stones of my new empire. The luxurious scent of success filled every room I entered, a sharp reminder that I had reclaimed not just my future, but my entire identity. That notification, brief as it was, marked a turning point, a final confirmation that the power had shifted irreversibly. I felt the cool metal of the phone against my skin, and for a split second, allowed myself a quiet smile of vindication. The world now saw me as a force to be reckoned with, a beacon of strength forged in the fires of betrayal. Meanwhile, his world continued to crumble, each failure and every missed opportunity a stark counterpoint to the brilliance of my ascent. As the night wore on, I mingled with industry leaders and celebrated each new milestone with a quiet confidence. Every step I took, every nod of respect from influential figures, reinforced the truth that my journey had just begun. I had turned rejection into opportunity and transformed pain into a powerful catalyst for change. The triumphant rhythm of success, captured in the flash of cameras, The buzz of enthusiastic conversations and the steady beat of my own unyielding determination spoke volumes about how far I had come. And in that moment, with the world acknowledging my undeniable triumph and his desperate message lingering as a final echo of his failure, I knew that my future was secure. I had built something unbreakable, something that would outlast every betrayal and every broken promise. Every achievement was a reminder that I was unstoppable, and every whisper of doubt from the past was now drowned out by the resounding applause of my success. I entered the grand hall with a quiet confidence that could only come from years of rebuilding my life. Tonight was the moment when everything would come to a head. The moment when I would face her, the woman who once thought she had it all. The air was thick with anticipation, the soft murmur of high society punctuated by the occasional flash of cameras and the gentle clink of fine glassware. Amid the glitter and glamour, I caught sight of her standing near a lavish display, her eyes widening in shock as they met mine. She looked completely out of place in that room, a picture of desperation and fading arrogance. The mistress, who had once believed she was the trophy I never deserved, now seemed small and uncertain. I could see her trying to smooth out her disheveled hair and muster a smile, but it quickly faltered. In that charged moment, every whispered conversation and every lingering gaze from the crowd confirmed what I had known all along. She had no idea who I had become. Slowly, I moved toward her. The silence in the room deepened, as if time itself paused to witness this long-awaited showdown. I could feel the cool press of marble beneath my heels and the subtle, confident weight of every step I took. The atmosphere was electric, a mix of tension and expectation that made every eye in the room fix on us. I remembered all the nights I had spent piecing together my future, every sacrifice I had made to rise above the betrayal, and it all led me to this defining moment. When I finally stood before her, the room seemed to hold its breath. She tried to speak first, her voice shaky and laden with regret. I never meant to. Her words dissolved into the heavy silence. I looked at her steadily, letting my eyes say everything that needed to be said. I recalled the pain of her deceit, the humiliation that followed when I was abandoned, and the burning determination that had fueled my comeback. I spoke, my voice calm yet piercing. You stole a part of my life thinking you could claim it as your own, but every lie you told only made me stronger. Her face flushed as she searched my expression for some sign of vulnerability, but found none. Instead, she saw a woman transformed by hardship, a woman who had built an empire from the remnants of shattered dreams. The crowd around us grew quiet, the soft hum of conversations fading into the background as every ear listened intently. I could almost taste the irony in the air. The very woman who thought she was triumphant was now exposed for all to see. I continued, each word measured and resolute. You thought your betrayal would break me. You believed that by stealing what wasn't yours, you'd leave me a shell of who I once was. Instead, you set me free to build something far greater than the life you could never give me. The room seemed to tremble with the weight of my words, a mix of admiration and shock radiating from the onlookers. I saw the flicker of panic in her eyes, a desperate glimmer that quickly faded into resigned defeat. In that moment, the power of my transformation was undeniable. The soft glimmer of crystal chandeliers, the hushed whispers of influential guests, and the quiet approval of those who had once doubted me, all converged into a single, undeniable truth. I was unstoppable. The air was charged with the sharp scent of victory and the subtle clatter of anticipation as I delivered my final blow. "You didn't steal my life," I declared, letting my voice resonate with unyielding strength. "You freed me to create something far better." The words echoed across the silent room, each syllable a testament to the resilience that had carried me through the darkest days. A stunned murmur rose from the crowd, mingling with the soft clink of glasses and the gentle rustle of elegant attire, a symphony of validation for my journey. For a moment, I let the silence speak as I allowed her to absorb the magnitude of what had been said. Then, with one last look that combined pity with cold finality, I stepped back. I watched as she faltered, her confident facade crumbling into nothing more than regret. The room held its breath, every eye witnessing the complete reversal of power. It was a moment of sweet retribution, where the weight of every betrayal, every stolen dream, was transformed into the unassailable foundation of my triumph. And then, as if compelled by the gravity of the moment, I felt a tiny, almost inaudible whisper escape from her. "Please. We were together once." But I let that final plea drift away, lost in the overwhelming truth of my victory. I took a slow, deliberate breath, letting the cool air fill my lungs, and with a quiet intensity that left no room for further excuses, I said, "I could have taken you back, but I didn't need you. I built my life without you." That was the final blow, a declaration of independence that resonated with every heartbeat. As I turned and walked away, every step was a reminder of the power I had reclaimed, leaving behind a woman who had thought she had won. In that moment, with the room watching in awe and the echo of my words lingering like a promise, I knew I had sealed my fate. I was no longer defined by the past. I was the author of my future, and she was just a lesson in what happens when you try to steal someone's life. I stand here now, a living testament to every trial I've overcome. Every bitter betrayal and shattered dream has led me to this moment, a moment of undeniable triumph and quiet liberation. My heart is light, unburdened by the weight of a past that once threatened to define me. I've rebuilt my life piece by piece, turning every hurt into fuel for my journey. Today I walk forward with a clear vision of my own worth, knowing that my strength comes from within, not from the validation of those who sought to bring me down. Across the room, I see her, the woman who thought she had stolen everything, who believed that by taking what wasn't hers, she could control our fate. But while I have risen, she remains trapped in the echo of her own arrogance. Her life, once a mirror of false promises, now reflects regret and isolation. She is left clinging to a semblance of power that has long since crumbled into insignificance. I no longer feel the sting of her betrayal. Instead, I carry only the warmth of my reclaimed future. I remember the long nights filled with relentless work, the moments when every rejection deepened my resolve, and the quiet victories that built my resilience. Those memories now shine as beacons of my transformation, a journey that has taught me that the true measure of success lies in our ability to rise above the pain. The sound of genuine laughter, the comforting touch of a supportive friend, and the soft glow of a new beginning are my constant companions. They remind me that every step I take forward is a declaration of independence from a past that once sought to diminish me. I no longer chase validation or dwell in the shadows of betrayal. I have built my own empire, not by tearing someone down, but by lifting myself higher. The best revenge isn't in making others suffer. It's in proving that I never needed them to succeed. As I walk away, I carry with me the quiet truth. Some betrayals break you, but the right ones set you free. And with that, I step boldly into a future that is entirely mine. He's on his knees, begging. His hands are pressed together like a prayer, palms trembling, eyes wide with something he's never shown me before. Not guilt, not love. Fear. Ava, he whispers, voice cracking. Please, just help me. I didn't know it would end like this. I don't speak. I just stare. Not out of cruelty, but because I've learned that silence wounds more than screaming ever could. He's wearing the same shirt he used to wear when he took me out for ice cream as kids. Only now it's wrinkled, stained. Like the version of himself he's been selling to the world has finally started to peel. He looks small, desperate, broken. And all I can think about is the last time I begged him for something. Not money. Not a favor, just the truth. One honest answer, one moment of decency. But he turned his back, cold, smooth, and smug. Like betrayal was a game he'd already won. So now it's my turn to let the silence speak. My name is Ava Hart, and once upon a time I thought family meant safety. That no matter what happened, how dark, how painful, how uncertain, my big brother would always be there. That's the story I believed as a little girl curled up in the corner of our shared bedroom during thunderstorms when he promised, "I'll always protect you." That's the story I clung to the day our mom died, and he wrapped his arm around my shoulders at the funeral and whispered, "It's just us now. I'll take care of everything." I didn't know everything meant the house, the savings, the future. I didn't know take care of it meant take it all. He stole everything when I wasn't looking. Or maybe when I was too broken to stop him. And now, years later, as the empire he built on lies crumbles around him, he comes crawling back. But I've learned something since then. The best revenge isn't rage. It's power, calm, controlled. It's watching them fall apart without laying a single hand. It's knowing the storm they face is one they created, brick by brick, lie by lie. And I'm not here to save him. I'm just here to make sure he remembers. I survived without him. And now, he'll have to survive without me. My name is Ava Hart, and I used to believe that being the strong one was something to be proud of. I was wrong. Sometimes it just means you're the one they keep piling weight onto, because they know you won't drop it. Not until it breaks you. I grew up in a 2-bedroom rental with chipped cabinets and thin walls where every fight echoed like a symphony of survival. We were a single-parent family, raised by a woman who did everything she could and still came up short every month. My mother worked doubles at the diner and brought home leftovers in styrofoam boxes. She always said, "We don't need much. We have each other." We believed her, or at least I did. It was just me and my older brother, Nick. He was the golden child. Even when we had nothing, he walked like the world owed him something. People liked Nick. Teachers smiled at him even when he failed a test. Cops let him off with warnings. Girls fell for him. Boys followed him. He had charm that covered laziness. Arrogance that passed for confidence. And me? I was the girl with straight A's and under eye bags, the one who stayed late to clean up after group projects, The one who turned off the lights and folded the laundry and never once forgot to pay the water bill, because if I didn't, no one else would. When our dad left, it was quiet. No fights, no suitcases by the door, just an empty seat at dinner. One night, and silence in the morning. Nick didn't cry. He acted like he expected it. I cried for both of us. From then on, I was the responsible one. The budgeter, the planner, the grown-up in a house where the adults were either working or checked out. Nick started skipping school. I started working part-time at a grocery store before I was even legal. While Nick snuck out the window, I sat at the kitchen table mapping out how to stretch $93 for groceries for the next 2 weeks. I wanted to be an architect, not for the money. Not for the prestige, for the building. The idea of taking something broken, a cracked foundation, a half-collapsed roof, and turning it into something beautiful, that spoke to me. It felt like the kind of magic that was real. I'd sit on the fire escape at night with a flashlight and sketch floor plans on the backs of junk mail, dreaming of spaces that felt safe, secure, mine. I got into the program too. Full ride. But Mom got sick the same week the acceptance letter came. Ovarian cancer. Stage the 3rd. She didn't tell Nick at first. He was out of state then. Finding himself in Colorado with a group of backpackers and a girl named Ivy who sold dream catchers on Etsy. So it was me at the appointments, me filling prescriptions, me learning words like metastatic and palliative while my friends were picking dorm room decorations. I deferred my scholarship just for a year. I told myself I'd go back. But 1 year turned into 2. Then 3. Nick came home when the hospital visits got frequent enough to require a schedule. He breezed in like he'd never left. Hugs and jokes and promises to pitch in while leaving empty bottles in the sink and taking credit for bringing home dinner when it was Mom who ordered it with her own disability check. He was the kind of person who always looked helpful when people were watching. And when they weren't, he disappeared again. He left everything to me, the bills, the breakdowns, the burden. I watched my mother shrink, not just physically, but in presence. Her light dimmed. Still, she smiled at us, called us her brave babies, said she was proud of how we stuck together. I didn't have the heart to tell her the truth, that Nick barely showed up, that I was drowning. She passed away on a rainy Thursday morning. I was holding her hand. Nick wasn't even in the room. But when the funeral came, he gave the eulogy. Talked about how strong she was, how we'd get through it together. He even cried. People came up to me afterward and said, "You're lucky to have a brother like him." I nodded, said nothing, because what was the point? They only saw what he wanted them to see. A week later, he offered to handle the estate, said I needed time to grieve, that he'd sort the papers, talk to the lawyer, file the insurance. I could trust him. I did. Because he was my brother. Because I had nothing left. Because I was tired. And that's how he did it. That's how he took everything. And I didn't even see it coming. Grief doesn't arrive in black and white. It comes in beige envelopes. Phone calls that start with, "I'm sorry to tell you." It comes in the stillness of a hospital room where the only sound is a heart monitor flatlining. And then it's silence, the kind that doesn't leave. My mother died on a Thursday. Peacefully, they said. I was holding her hand, whispering stories from our childhood like lullabies, trying to keep her tethered for just a little longer. Nick had stepped out for coffee. He wasn't there when she took her last breath, but somehow he still managed to make the moment about him. We didn't talk much that first week. I was floating, half present, carrying out the motions of loss like a script someone else had written. Flowers. Death certificates. Calls to distant relatives who didn't know what to say. Nick offered to handle it. The will, the property. The business side of things, as he called it. "There's no need for you to stress over paperwork," he said, pressing a hand to my shoulder like some noble older brother. "I'll take care of it. It's what Mom would have wanted." Nodded, because I couldn't breathe, because my hands still smelled like her lavender lotion, because I was so tired I couldn't think straight, and the thought of one more decision made my chest feel like it might crack in two. So I said, "Okay." He promised he'd loop me in on everything, but he didn't. There was no will, at least none that the courts could find. Mom had talked about drafting one, but she never got around to it. I think part of her thought she'd have more time, so, legally, everything passed to both of us, equally. But that's not what happened. 3 weeks later, I came home to find a for sale sign staked into the front lawn. Our lawn. The one I used to mow every Saturday morning. The one where we buried our old dog in the back corner under the oak tree. I called Nick. "Why is the house on the market?" I asked, heart already pounding. He sounded surprised, annoyed. "Ava, I told you I was going to list it. We can't afford to hold on to it." "No, you didn't," I said. "You didn't tell me anything." He exhaled into the phone. "Look, I didn't think you'd want to deal with all this. I'm just trying to get everything settled. It's what Mom wanted." I felt something shift then. Something cold and sharp at the base of my spine. "You don't know what she wanted," I said quietly. "You weren't there." He hung up. The house sold within days. Below market value. A cash buyer. I never saw a cent. He emptied our mother's joint account, closed it entirely, and told the bank I'd agreed to let him act as sole executor. There were no documents, no signatures. Just confidence. That's all Nick ever needed to make the world bend. He moved 2 states away the following week, posted pictures of his fresh start on social media, new apartment, new motorcycle, new life. Captions like "doing it for Mom." And she'd be proud of how far we've come. We people started messaging me with congratulations. "You and Nick are doing so well. Glad you're both healing together. Your mom raised such strong kids." He told everyone we split the assets, told them I had agreed to sell the house, that I wanted a quiet exit, a fresh chapter. He painted me out of the picture so perfectly I almost believed it myself. In reality, I ended up in a crumbling basement. Apartment with a window the size of a pizza box and black mold creeping along the corners of the ceiling. Was eating instant oatmeal for dinner and using quarters for bus fare while he was taking rooftop selfies with cocktails and curated grief captions. He worked nights at a 24-hour pharmacy and afternoons doing admin at a community clinic, 4 hours of sleep, no health insurance. Constant fatigue wrapped around my shoulders like a second skin. When I finally checked the mailbox at my new place, I found bills. Medical ones. From Mom's last treatments. Ones Nick was supposed to pay. He'd told the billing departments I would follow up. That I was managing the finances. They were in collections by then, thousands of dollars, racked up in my name. I remember sitting on the floor of that apartment. The bills fanned out around me like falling leaves. There was no furniture, just me, a half-empty coffee mug, and a single folded photo of me, Nick, and Mom from a Christmas. Long ago, when everything still looked whole, I stared at it until the image blurred, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel angry. I felt erased, like I never mattered, like I had never been anything more than a placeholder. The girl who kept the lights on, made the schedules, held the grief, and still ended up with nothing. Not the house, not the legacy, not even the truth. You don't realize how fast you can disappear until the world forgets your name. One day, I was Ava Hart, daughter, caregiver, quiet backbone of a broken family. The next, I was just a name on overdue bills and bounced emails. Another final notice in a cracked mailbox. Another body in the back seat of her own car, parked behind a 24-hour laundromat, windows fogged with breath and regret. I was homeless, not the kind people romanticize in memoirs. Couch surfing, figuring it out. No, I was sleeping with my keys clutched in my fist and my bag wedged against the door in case someone tried to pry it open while I was unconscious. I had nothing. No apartment. No income. No food except what I could get from shelters that didn't ask too many questions. And the worst part? I didn't blame him. Not at first. I blamed me. For trusting him. For stepping back. For letting him handle things. For giving him the power to erase me, not just from the will or the family house, but from the story itself. I replayed our last conversation over and over in my head. Ava, it's what Mom would have wanted. Like he had a direct line to her wishes, her voice, her legacy. And me? I just stood there, numb and obedient, while he dismantled the only life I'd ever known. I'd given up everything for them. Architecture school, friendships, a future. I'd sacrificed for years thinking one day there'd be space for me. That eventually I'd build a life of my own, maybe small, but mine. Now that dream sat in pieces in the back of a '99 Honda with a cracked windshield and a leaky roof. I remember the lowest moment vividly. It was raining. Cold. I hadn't eaten in 2 days and the shelter line had closed before I arrived. I sat in my car, wrapped in an old hoodie that still smelled faintly like home, teeth chattering, staring at the dashboard like it could save me. And then my phone, nearly dead, buzzed. A voicemail. Old. Unplayed. I almost ignored it. I assumed it was a debt collector or an automated message, but some ghost of instinct made me press play. Her voice filled the car like warmth, like light cracking through a storm cloud. Hi, sweetheart. I know you're probably busy again, always working too hard, but I just wanted to say thank you. For everything you've done. For me. For this family. I know it hasn't always been fair. Nick. Well, you know him. A soft sigh. A pause. You've always looked after us. I want you to have everything, Ava. The house, the accounts. You deserve it. Not because you asked, but because you earned it. Be careful, honey. I trust you, but I don't trust everyone around you the same way. Click. That was it. 47 seconds. 47 seconds that ripped through my grief like a blade and cauterized the wound in the same breath. She knew about him, about me, about all of it. She never intended to split it, never told him to handle things. She knew who he was, charming, manipulative, opportunistic, and she still trusted me. I stared at the screen, fingers trembling, as the audio finished. That was the moment the guilt broke, like a fever finally breaking after days of sweating through sheets. Because it wasn't my fault. It never had been. I had been loyal, dutiful, kind. And he had taken advantage of every piece of me that made me good and twisted it into something disposable. That night, I didn't cry. I didn't scream or throw anything, or call him demanding justice. I just sat there, phone in my lap, and let something cold and sharp settle inside me. The rage burned hot, but only for a moment. What came next wasn't rage. It was clarity, the kind of clarity that doesn't need noise. That doesn't seek revenge and fire and fury. It seeks precision, because now I had what he didn't expect. Proof. A record. Her voice. And for the first time since she died, I didn't feel lost. I felt focused. I charged the phone, saved the voicemail, backed it up in 3 places. Then I found a library with working internet, printed the last known title to the family home, and began retracing his steps like a ghost he couldn't see yet, but would soon feel everywhere. He took everything from me, but I was still standing. And now, I wasn't begging. I was preparing. I didn't tell anyone when I re-enrolled. There was no announcement, no celebratory post, no Instagram photo with a coffee cup and a caption about new beginnings. Just a quiet click on a late-night application, a barely breathing prayer whispered into a dim corner of a borrowed library, and a part-time enrollment confirmation email. I stared at for 10 full minutes before I allowed myself to feel something like hope. Architecture had always been the dream. A dream that had once felt buried under medical bills, foreclosure notices, and betrayal so sharp it left bruises on my bones. But grief has a way of clarifying things. So I worked by day, took classes by night, drew floor plans during lunch breaks on scratch paper I pulled from the copy machine bin. I was exhausted, stretched thin, but for the first time in years, I felt like I was building something for me. And every night before I went to sleep, I listened to the voicemail again. Just once. Just to remember why. 6 months later, I landed a job at a small real estate firm downtown. They mostly handled mid-tier properties, fix and flips, foreclosures, zoning consulting, but they didn't care that I didn't have years of experience. They liked that I showed up early, stayed late, and kept my mouth shut while absorbing everything. Within a year, I could recite building codes in my sleep. I understood how shell companies moved money through renovation projects, how inflated appraisals could mask debt, how contracts were drafted, bent, and sometimes buried. Knowledge became currency, and I started saving every dime. But I wasn't just learning how to build. I was learning how to unbuild. Nick's name started showing up in property documents 6 months into my new job. He was back on the radar, this time in a new city, fronting a real estate development startup with a shiny website and a photo of him in a tailored suit shaking hands with local politicians. I almost laughed. It was all branding, smoke and mirrors. I knew that suit was rented. The company had no employees, listed on LinkedIn, and no physical office that wasn't a shared WeWork space. The properties he owned were owned by different LLCs, all traced back to P.O. boxes in towns he'd never lived in. The more I pulled the threads, the more unraveling I saw. Unpaid permits, overvalued properties with fake inspection reports, investors with shady offshore ties, contractors who left mid-project and filed liens against his developments. He wasn't building an empire. He was stacking matchsticks in a wind tunnel. And I didn't have to push. I just had to wait for the weather to turn. Then I found him, Marcus Vail, one of Nick's early backers, a silent partner from his first big property flip. His name was buried in the business registry filings, listed once on a press release, and then never mentioned again. I dug deeper. Marcus had put up nearly $200,000 for a commercial project that Nick abandoned mid-build. According to the court records, Marcus sued for breach of contract, but Nick countered, blamed the city, and settled out of court for a tenth of what was owed. Marcus disappeared from the public eye after that, but not from mine. I sent him an email. Just facts, no drama. I told him I had information, documents, public records, patterns of behavior that suggested this wasn't a one-time mistake, but a repeated pattern of misrepresentation and fraud. He didn't respond, not for 2 weeks. Then, I got a message from a restricted number. 3 words. Let's talk. Tonight. We met in a quiet bar just off the freeway. Marcus was older than I expected, late 40s maybe. Worn around the edges, but sharp where it mattered. He didn't waste time. He burned you too, didn't he? He said, sipping something amber. I nodded. He took everything. Marcus exhaled, leaned back. Let's get it all out then. So we did. I showed him timelines, forged contracts, overlapping LLCs. I had receipts, permits, photos of rotted foundation beams passed off as historic charm, testimonies from contractors, court filings, bounced checks, tax records. I had enough to bury a dozen of him. Marcus didn't flinch. Why, Ralph? The end of the meeting, he said, "You want revenge?" I shook my head. No, I want accountability. He smirked. Same thing, if you do it right. After that, the strategy shifted. Marcus introduced me to people, quiet men in suits who understood how to follow money, and louder ones in denim who knew how to tear down reputations with a single whistleblower tip. We didn't go public. Not yet, we just watched. Tracked every shady deal, every false claim, every forged name. We let him think he was rising. Hands clasped in boardrooms, speeches at luncheons, photos at ribbon cuttings. But his empire was hollow, and I was memorizing every floorboard before I pulled it loose. I didn't warn him, didn't reach out, didn't need to. Because eventually, every fraudster trips over their own shadow, and when he did, I'd be standing there, not to catch him, to watch him fall. Vengeance doesn't wear red. It wears gray slacks and neutral tones. It blends in, speaks professionally. It shakes hands, takes notes, and asks polite questions while memorizing every crack in the foundation. I didn't want revenge. I wanted an autopsy. I wanted to open up the empire Nick built and expose every diseased part. to hold it up to the light and let the truth rot it from the inside out. So I kept digging. I started with our family trust. It was supposed to be a safety net, a modest account our mother had set up with our father years before the divorce. It wasn't huge, but it had enough to cover burial costs, leftover medical debt, and a down payment on a small home for whichever one of us needed it most. I found the documentation buried in a hard drive on one of Mom's old laptops. She had scanned the paperwork. PDF files labeled in all caps, trust doc and beneficiary allocations. My name was on it, in bold next to it her handwriting. This belongs to Ava if anything happens to me. But the final version submitted to the bank told a different story. Nick had submitted an amended trust document 3 weeks after her death. The wording was changed. My name was gone. In its place, his signature. And a notary seal dated the day we buried her. The notary didn't exist. The bank contact couldn't verify it. The amendment looked real, but something about the spacing was off. The kerning of the font. A detail most people wouldn't catch. But I did. Because he forgot I'd spent years studying blueprints. 1 pixel out of place was enough to collapse a structure. It was forged. All of it. And I wasn't just going to bring that to court. I was going to weaponize it. While Nick posed with developers and Instagram posts about sustainable living spaces, I started buying his debt. Quietly. His company, Heartstone Development, had taken out multiple short-term loans with predatory interest rates, quick cash to fund projects that looked good on paper but bled money underneath. They were backed by hard money lenders, easy to acquire if you had charm and collateral. Nick had plenty of the former, not much of the latter. I contacted those lenders through shell entities, pitched joint ventures, offered buyouts, absorbed the risk. By the time he missed his 3rd payment on a complex outside Phoenix, I already owned the note. He didn't even know the loan had changed hands. He thought he was still 2 months from foreclosure, but he was already standing on the trap door. Marcus. And I set up a shell company, June Built Partners. A nod to my mother, who Nick had used as a marketing prop. This one wouldn't be built on her memory. It would be built in her name. We positioned ourselves in the same space: urban restoration, sustainable construction, community-forward architecture, but we did it right. Transparent bids, fair labor, real inspections. We even poached 2 of his contractors by offering something Nick never had: respect and reliability. June Built's rise was slow, careful. Just enough visibility to get traction, not enough to tip him off. We ran silent. Until we didn't. The launch was timed to the hour. Nick was set to pitch his new affordable housing initiative to a high-profile investor at a downtown summit. The event was flashy, filled with local politicians and real estate media, and that's when we went live. June Built's website. Full team bios. Completed projects, testimonials, press kits. It dropped at 10 a.m. sharp. By 10:15, his investor was refreshing his tablet, blinking at headlines like, "New urban design firm steals spotlight with ethical transparency approach." Real estate, June Built Partners challenges industry standard with quiet revolution. By 11 a.m., Nick's email inbox had 3 withdrawal notices. One of them from Peter Langston, his oldest and biggest backer. Langston had been growing cold for months. I knew because I met with him. Not as Ava Hart, grieving sister, as E. Monroe, head of Junebuild's ethics division. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell him the full story. I showed him the real inspection reports from Nick's most recent project, the missing permits, the safety violations, the overbilled material receipts. Langston didn't say much, just closed the folder, took a long breath and said, "Thank you for your time." That was 3 weeks ago. Now his money was gone. Pulled from Nick's account and reinvested into mine. Nick still didn't know. He blamed the economy, the banks. Bad timing. He walked into meeting after meeting with a smile full of teeth, shaking hands, promising timelines he couldn't deliver. Still flashing our mother's name like a business card, and every time he looked over his shoulder, I was already one step further ahead. Tracking, watching, waiting. The cracks were deep now. Foundations buckling, and soon the empire he built on charm and stolen legacy would collapse in full view. And then he'd come crawling. But I wouldn't need to raise my voice because this time the receipts would do the talking. It happened fast. 1 day. Nick was posing in front of blueprints with developers, smiling like the king of the skyline. The next, the headlines turned. Fraud allegations, rock Heartstone development. Anonymous tip leads to state audit of high-profile real estate. Firm. Bankruptcy looms as whistleblowers surface in Heartstone collapse. It was beautiful. A perfect, silent demolition. Because while Nick was pitching dreams in designer suits and handcrafted buzzwords, I was building a truth bomb with every forged document, unpaid invoice, and contractor confession I could collect. Didn't even have to push it. I just handed it to the right people. Then I watched the fuse burn. The state froze all accounts tied to Heartstone within 24 hours of the investigation going public. His assets were locked, payments halted, projects stopped mid-build, contractors walked off sites, investors pulled out, the media swarmed like crows around a carcass, and Nick's name? It trended, but not the way it used to. No more fluff pieces or gala photos, just threads, exposés, takedowns. People he ghosted came forward, former partners, interns, tenants of unfinished buildings with mold and cracked ceilings. One woman shared a photo of her flooded apartment with the caption, "Thanks for the dream home, Nick Hart." By day 3, the damage was irreversible, and still he didn't know who was behind it. He called me the first night. 3 missed calls. The 4th one, I let ring out, watching the screen pulse in my palm like a heartbeat I no longer cared about. Then came the text. "What the hell is going on?" I didn't reply. The next day, 10 more calls, then a voicemail. His voice was angry, sharp, accusing. "I know it's you, Ava. This is petty. You're bitter. You're ruining everything. Mom wouldn't want this." There it was, the invocation of her name, as if she hadn't warned me herself, as if I didn't still have her voicemail saved in 3 folders and memorized word for word. Deleted his message. But I didn't block him. I wanted him to sit with the silence, to feel what it's like to beg into a void. By day 6, the tone changed. Confusion, then panic. Then desperation. "Ava, I need to talk. Please, I'm not okay. Everything's falling apart. I just need your help for a minute. They're coming after me. I don't know what to do." I read every message, Didn't answer a single one. Not until the morning he walked through the doors of my office. June Built Partners had just moved into our first permanent space, a restored brick building with floor-to-ceiling windows and a view of the river. Clean, minimal, honest. I saw him through the glass as he approached, head down, suit wrinkled, eyes bloodshot. Not the golden boy anymore. Just a man whose house of cards finally met gravity. My assistant knocked on my door, hesitant. "There's a Nick Hart here to see you?" I nodded once. "Send him in." He stepped into my office like a man walking into court. I didn't stand. Didn't offer him a seat, just looked up from the blueprint on my desk and waited. He cleared his throat. "Ava." Silence. I didn't know it was you." I raised an eyebrow. "Didn't know what was me?" He swallowed hard. "All of it. The debt, the press, the audit, the investor pullouts, the firm that undercut my last 4 bids. I didn't know it was—" He stopped short, because I was smiling now. Soft, cold, controlled. "I never undercut you," I said. "I just did it right." He stepped forward, confused, hopeful. "But why? You could have come to me. We could have fixed this together." I tilted my head. "You took everything from me, Nick. But you forgot I know how to rebuild." I stood then, slow and measured. "You never did." He blinked. "I didn't mean to ruin your life. I didn't think you'd fight back." That part? That was almost funny. I didn't raise my voice, didn't yell. Just walked around my desk and handed him a thin folder. Inside, a single page, a breakdown of every loan I had bought out from under him, a list of every investor who now backed me, and a letter from the whistleblower attorney coordinating the class. Action against Heartstone. Marcus's name stamped at the bottom. Nick read it in silence. When he finally looked up, there was nothing left of the brother I used to know. Just a man trying to understand how the girl he once dismissed had turned. Into the storm at his door. He opened his mouth. I stopped him with a single look. "We're done here." And I watched him walk out, slow, heavy, small, like gravity had finally found him. There's something hollow about a man who once thought the world bent for him, realizing he's not even worth a glance anymore. Nick was unraveling, not privately, not with dignity, but publicly, on timelines, in group chats, behind closed doors that used to swing wide for him, and now clicked shut the second his name was mentioned. He cried on a live video, not a statement or a press release, just a messy, stammering live stream with greasy hair and bloodshot eyes, apologizing to anyone who felt misled, blaming a toxic team and false narratives. He even threw out my name, said I'd twisted things, made it personal, like I hadn't been erased years ago by his hand. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. The comments did it for me. Your sister built something honest while you were building castles out of credit cards. You stole from your own blood. You don't get to play the victim now. She didn't ruin you. You did. His car went first. The silver Tesla he used to park diagonally at business events like it was part of the brand. repossessed in broad daylight while he stood on the curb in sweatpants, arms crossed like that could stop the tow truck from dragging it down the street. Then his apartment, the penthouse with the glass balcony and exposed brick, foreclosed, auctioned off to a man who flipped it in under 6 weeks and doubled its value. The elevator code changed before Nick could even collect his things. I imagine him banging on the call button, waiting, hoping someone still remembered who he used to be. I watched from a distance as the people he tried so hard to impress began crossing streets to avoid him. Event invites disappeared. Emails went unanswered. Even his most loyal yes men started tagging new partners in their posts. Grateful to be part of an honest, forward-thinking team. He stopped showing up altogether. When he called, I didn't answer. When he texted, I read them all. Please. Ava, this wasn't supposed to go this far. You're my sister. I messed up, but I didn't mean for this to happen. Can we just go back? Fix it? I'll do anything. But we weren't going back. Because the truth was, we'd never been there, to begin with. When I finally agreed to see him, it wasn't a reunion, it was closure. I met him in a coffee shop we used to visit as kids. Back when Mom would scrape together enough for 2 hot chocolates and a muffin we split in half. We'd sit by the window, legs swinging under the chairs, pretending to be grown-ups. Now Nick sat across from me, older, but smaller somehow. Shoulders hunched. Fingers twitching around a chipped ceramic mug like it held the answer to everything. He looked up at me like a man on the edge of something dark. Ava, he said, voice low, cracked. Please. You're my sister. You know I didn't mean for any of this. I didn't blink. I asked for one thing, I said. Just once, after everything I gave up. For Mom. For you. I asked you not to lie to me. He flinched like I'd slapped him. I didn't think it would spiral. I was going to fix it, pay it back. I just needed time. I leaned forward. No. You needed someone else to hold the weight, like always. And when I wouldn't, you folded. He dropped his gaze. Everything's gone, he said. They've taken everything. No, I said softly. You took everything. They just gave it back to the rightful owner. He didn't answer. Reached into my bag and pulled out a slim folder. Laid it gently on the table between us. He didn't move to touch it. Inside were photocopies of every document he forged. Bank transfers, fake notary stamps, altered trust agreements. I had them organized, labeled, time-stamped. Evidence, undeniable. And on top of it all, paper-clipped to the front, was a check, blank, but signed. I slid it toward him. He looked up, confusion shadowing his face. What's this? A reminder, I said. You still owe me. Not just money, not just equity. You owe me a piece of my life. The one you tried to steal when you told the world I didn't exist. His throat bobbed. You're not going to cash it? I shook my head. I don't need your money. I have something better now. What? Peace. I stood. He didn't follow, didn't speak, just sat there, staring at that blank check like it was both a lifeline and a tombstone. I walked out into the sunlight. No anger in my chest, no satisfaction either, just silence. And the quiet, final sound of a man watching everything he built on lies crumble, because the one person he never thought would rise already had. It doesn't happen all at once. Healing never does. It happens in the quiet hours, in morning light through clean windows, in the soft scrape of soil beneath fingernails, in laughter you didn't know you still had inside you. It happens slowly, but it happens, and it happened to me. I own an architecture firm now, Hart and Monroe Design. Not flashy, not viral, but honest. We build community centers, affordable housing, healing spaces. We work with cities and nonprofits with people who remember what it means to be overlooked and still try anyway. I started with just me. One desk. A borrowed laptop. Blueprints sketched on napkins while eating microwaved soup after long days. Now we're a team. A small one, but mighty. We meet on Mondays with too much coffee and too many ideas, and somehow we always find the story hiding in concrete and steel. Because buildings, I've learned, are like people. They hold the weight of their histories, but they also rise, and I know how to help them do both. I bought a little house on the edge of the city, 2 bedrooms, white walls, a garden that I tore up with my own hands and replanted, basil, tomatoes, hydrangeas. It's not perfect. The kitchen window sticks when it rains, and the pipes hum at night like a lullaby out of tune. But it's mine. I built it, brick by brick, breath by breath. No one can take that from me. Not anymore. I spend weekends mentoring young women who aged out of foster care or who were forced to grow up too fast. Girls with sharp eyes and guarded hearts who've never had a safe place to say, I want more. I teach them how to draft floor plans and find their footing, how to imagine a future that doesn't hurt to picture. Sometimes we just sit on the floor of the studio and talk about grief, about rage, about being the strong one too long. I let them speak their truth even when it's ugly. Especially when it's ugly, because someone once made room for mine, and I'll never forget what it gave me. On Sundays, I walk the trails my mom used to love, the ones with the soft switchbacks and wildflowers curling along the edges. She used to take us there when things got loud at home. We'd hike until we were breathless, then sit on a rock that jutted out over the valley and just exist. She said the wind sounded like a reset button. Now I walk those same trails alone, sometimes humming the songs she used to hum, sometimes just listening, letting the wind carry pieces of her voice back to me. When I get home, I open my phone. I don't scroll. I don't check emails. I just press play. Ava, I want you to have everything. You've always looked after us. Nick? Well, you know him. Be careful, honey. I'm proud of you. Her voice doesn't make me cry anymore. It makes me stand taller, because I did it. Not just the revenge, the rebuilding. And tonight, like most nights, I sit on my balcony with a cup of tea, legs tucked under me, wind brushing through my hair. The sun melts behind the skyline, casting gold across the rooftops of buildings I helped design. They stand tall, solid, stubborn against the storm. And so do I, because he thought taking everything would break me. But he didn't know. I'm not made of what you can steal. I'm made of what I rebuild. He thought I was trapped. He thought I'd endure it forever. He was wrong. I'm sitting in a luxurious cafe, the aroma of freshly brewed espresso filling the air, when a familiar, nervous voice calls my name. I glance up and see him, the man who once took me for granted, now looking desperate and hollow. The soft clatter of silverware and the low murmur of conversations blend with the heavy tension of a past that refuses to fade away. He hesitates, his eyes searching mine, as if hoping for a second chance. But I lean back, a quiet smile playing on my lips, and in that moment I know exactly what to say. Oh, now you want to talk? Let's talk about how I finally walked away. I remember the days when every promise felt like a lifeline, and every smile from him made me believe I was cherished. Back then, I gave my all to a relationship that, in hindsight, was built on his arrogance and my silent hope. He never raised his voice or threw harsh words. Instead, his cruelty was subtle. A dismissive nod here, a cold shoulder there. He made me feel invisible, as if my presence was nothing more than background noise in the symphony of his life. I would sit there, watching him effortlessly charm everyone around him, while I was left wondering if I was ever truly enough. It started slowly, a missed dinner here, an unreturned call there. I chalked it up to his busy schedule, believing that one day he would explain. But then the signs grew undeniable. I noticed how he began to overlook my opinions, how his eyes would light up only when someone else spoke, and how the warmth in his embrace gradually faded into indifference. Family gatherings became a parade of empty compliments for him and hollow silences for me. Friends who once supported me began to side with him, urging me to be patient, to wait for him to realize his mistake. Their words stung, echoing the growing emptiness inside me. One evening, at a dinner meant to celebrate our union, the truth finally hit me. In the middle of a toast, as he casually mentioned plans for a future that didn't include me, I felt a cold, sharp pain. His tone was calm, almost clinical, as if my feelings were just an inconvenience. "You'll never leave," he said softly, a smile tugging at his lips. "You need me more than I need you." Those words, uttered in front of everyone, cut deeper than any shout or argument ever could. They left me feeling small, undeserving, and utterly abandoned. The room fell silent, every eye inadvertently confirming what I already knew. That I was nothing more than an afterthought in his perfect life. The humiliation was public and piercing. Every whispered conversation, every sideways glance confirmed the new reality. He had chosen someone else over me, and I was left to face the consequences alone. I felt the sting of tears that I swallowed, the bitter taste of betrayal lingering on my tongue long after the dinner ended. The elegance of the evening turned to ash in my heart, as I realized that the man I loved had systematically erased me from his future. And yet, in that moment of raw vulnerability, a small ember of defiance ignited within me. The memory of his dismissive words haunted me in the quiet hours, echoing in the silence of my room, replaying every slight and every neglected promise. I found myself questioning everything. Was I really not enough? Did I deserve to be treated like a forgotten page in his story? The doubts looped endlessly, but amid that painful reflection, a quiet truth began to surface. I was not the problem. His inability to see my worth was. That night, as the tears finally subsided, I vowed that I would not let his negligence define me. I made a silent promise to myself that I would rise above this betrayal. I promised that every hurtful word, every moment of feeling unappreciated, would be transformed into the strength I needed to reclaim my life. In that dark, solitary moment, I decided that if he thought I would remain broken, he was gravely mistaken. I whispered into the stillness, "I will prove that I'm more than his forgotten promise." And with that defiant vow, the seed of my resurgence was planted, a promise that one day he would regret every moment he made me feel unworthy. I reached a point where every moment felt like an endless loop of pain and doubt. I was drowning in the aftermath of his neglect and the constant reminder that I had been left behind. Every night I would lie awake, haunted by the echo of his dismissive words, wondering if I was somehow unworthy of love. My mind replayed every moment, the lost promises, the cold silence at home, the way he made me feel like I was barely enough. It was as if my very existence had been diminished to a mere afterthought, a shadow lingering behind someone who no longer cared. Then, one sleepless night, as I stared into the mirror with eyes red from tears and heavy with despair, something inside me shifted. In that quiet solitude, the reflection I saw was not just a broken woman, but someone who still held a spark of defiance. I could feel the chill of the night air through the cracked window and the soft hum of a clock marking every painful second. It was in that moment, surrounded by the silence of my empty room, that I realized I had a choice. I could continue to let his cruelty define my worth, or I could reclaim my power and rebuild my life on my own terms. I wiped away the lingering tears and took a deep, shuddering breath, feeling the cool metal of my neglected suitcase in my hands, a symbol of departure from a life that had been slowly suffocating me. The finality of a signed divorce paper, the thought of leaving behind the memories that once promised so much, filled me with both fear and an undeniable thrill. I knew that if I wanted a different future, I had to step away from a life that was killing me, piece by painful piece. In that raw moment of clarity, I promised myself that I would no longer be defined by his absence or his indifference. I vowed that every setback, every tear shed in silence, would become the fuel for a new beginning. I would no longer wait for someone to rescue me or validate my existence. Instead, I would forge my own path, create my own opportunities, and build a future that reflected my true worth. I whispered to the stillness, "If I want a different life, I must leave this one behind." And that vow echoed in my heart like a battle cry. The following days were a blur of small, determined actions, a relentless pursuit of self-empowerment. I scoured every corner for opportunities, even the tiniest ones, and began to rebuild from the ground up. Each rejection, every closed door, only solidified my resolve to prove that I was more than his lost promise. I started reaching out to those who still believed in me, and slowly, I began to see a glimmer of hope. The loneliness of my empty apartment and the weight of shattered dreams gradually gave way to a budding determination. I felt the cool rush of adrenaline with every new step, every email that hinted at a possibility, every small win that reminded me I was not destined to be forgotten. Even as the memories of his betrayal and the emptiness of the past haunted the quiet moments, I found strength in the idea that I could shape my own destiny. I began to recognize that his dismissal was not a reflection of my true value. It was his failure to see what I was capable of. With each new sunrise, I was no longer that defeated soul. I was a fighter, ready to rebuild, to transform my pain into the blueprint for a brighter tomorrow. That night, as I sat by the window watching the city lights flicker in the distance, I felt a resolute calm wash over me. I knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but for the first time in a long while, I believed in my ability to overcome them. I promised myself that I would leave behind the life that had been built on his neglect, and I would create something extraordinary. With a final, determined whisper to the dark, "If I can't find a way, I'll make one." I stepped forward into a future that was entirely my own. I woke up one morning with a realization that my life no longer belonged to the past. A past filled with pain and betrayal that I had endured for far too long. With a quiet determination burning inside me, I decided that it was time to transform everything I once lost into a future of my own making. I began to embrace every opportunity for self-care and growth, knowing that the journey to reclaim my life had just begun. At first, it was the small things that made a difference. I started by setting a strict routine, rising before the sun, taking time to work out, and meditating on the strength that I knew lay within me. The burn in my muscles after each early morning workout became a powerful reminder that every drop of sweat was a step away from the despair I had once known. I could feel that burn like a quiet promise that I was slowly regaining control over my body and my life. The cool morning air, crisp and invigorating, filled my lungs and pushed me to face the day with a renewed spirit. I also began to invest in myself professionally. I took online courses to hone my skills, attended workshops, and reached out to mentors who believed in second chances. Every lesson learned, every new skill mastered, became a building block in the reconstruction of my identity. I poured my energy into developing a new career path, one that wasn't defined by the shadows of my past but by the bright potential of my future. I started taking on freelance projects, no matter how small, and with each project, I felt a piece of my confidence slowly come back. Every completed assignment, every word of praise from a client was like a brick in the foundation of a new me. As I began to see these small victories add up, I realized that my transformation wasn't just about professional success. It was about rebuilding every part of who I was. I reinvented my style, choosing outfits that made me feel powerful and unstoppable. I changed my look entirely, and with every compliment I received on my new appearance, I felt more than just seen. I felt respected. I no longer wanted to hide behind the person I used to be. I wanted the world to know that I had risen above the pain and emerged stronger than ever. One evening, while attending a modest networking event, I walked into a room buzzing with quiet conversations and the gentle clink of glasses. I was still a work in progress, but the change was undeniable. I mingled with professionals sharing snippets of my journey, and when a former colleague approached me with wide, surprised eyes, they said, "Wow, I almost didn't recognize you." That moment hit me hard. It wasn't just a compliment, it was a confirmation that the person I had become was far removed from the broken version I once was. I smiled warmly in response, feeling that my transformation had become a living testament to resilience. Every day brought new challenges, but also new opportunities. I spent countless hours refining my business plans, drafting proposals, and slowly building a brand that was entirely my own. The thrill of signing my first major contract was intoxicating. The crisp sound of my pen on paper, the weight of the contract in my hand, the sense of accomplishment that washed over me like a wave. I began to see my phone light up with notifications that celebrated every milestone, and each one was a reminder that I was finally on the right track. As I pushed forward, the long nights in coffee shops and the early mornings spent brainstorming with renewed energy became the soundtrack of my resurgence. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the soft murmur of determined voices around me filled those moments with purpose. I started attending industry events again, this time with a confident stride in a clear voice that commanded attention. People began to notice. Influential figures started reaching out, and soon my name was circulating in conversations as someone who had truly reinvented themselves. The transformation wasn't without its setbacks, though. There were days when the memories of betrayal and loss crept in, when doubts threatened to steal back the light I had worked so hard to regain. In those moments, I would remind myself of every struggle I had overcome, the countless rejections that spurred me to work harder, the harsh words that fueled my determination, and the deep, unyielding resolve that told me I deserved a better life. I learned to see every scar as a badge of honor, a symbol that I had survived and grown stronger. Gradually, I built a network of supporters, friends who cheered my every success, mentors who offered wise counsel, and even former adversaries who had come to respect my journey. I rebranded my online presence, shared my story with vulnerability and courage, and embraced every compliment and piece of constructive feedback. Every new opportunity, every project that came my way, reinforced that I was not defined by my past. Instead, I was writing a new chapter, a chapter where I was in control. Standing on the threshold of this new era, I began to feel an exhilarating sense of freedom. I could look in the mirror and see a reflection that was unburdened by the pain of yesterday, a reflection of a woman who had fought through the darkness to emerge into the light. With every step, I felt more empowered, more unstoppable. I whispered to myself in quiet triumph, "They laughed at me then, but soon they'll know my name." And with that, I embraced the future, fully aware that every sacrifice, every tear, and every moment of doubt had led me to this rebirth. My success began to soar in ways I never dared to imagine. Every day, I felt the weight of my transformation lift, replaced by a soaring confidence that radiated from every pore. Invitations to exclusive events and high-powered meetings started pouring in, and soon I found myself surrounded by influential figures who admired my relentless drive. The pause, once distant dream of being recognized in my field, had become a vivid reality. Headlines began to bear my name. Magazines featured my story, and every conversation I had was laced with praise for the strength I'd shown in rising from the ashes of my past. As I stepped into each new opportunity, I could feel the buzz of admiration in the air, a soft murmur of respect from those who had once doubted me. The flash of cameras at press events and the rhythmic tap of approval from colleagues affirmed that I had reclaimed not only my future, but also my dignity. Every handshake, every nod of approval, felt like a silent cheer, echoing the resilience I had built through years of struggle. I became a beacon of inspiration, a living testament that betrayal and heartbreak could fuel an unstoppable comeback. Meanwhile, the man who once took me for granted began to unravel. His world, once filled with promises of comfort and stability, started to crumble. I began to hear whispers among our mutual friends and colleagues, discussions about his mounting financial troubles, failed business ventures, and a growing sense of desperation. His charm, which once enchanted those around him, was now replaced by a palpable aura of regret and helplessness. It was as if every decision he had made out of arrogance was now coming back to haunt him. His social media feeds, once brimming with displays of a seemingly perfect life, were now dotted with desperate messages and thinly veiled pleas for help. One evening, as I attended a high-profile industry gala, I felt the full magnitude of this power shift. The venue was a blend of sophistication and modern elegance, with the gentle clink of crystal glasses and the low hum of lively conversation setting the scene. as I took the stage to unveil my latest project, a venture that not only defied expectations, but also redefined the future of my field. I could see the glimmer of approval in every eye in the room. Every flash of a camera and every enthusiastic round of applause was a declaration that I had finally stepped into my power. In that moment, I noticed a familiar name flicker on my phone screen, a message from him. My heart skipped a beat as I saw those two simple words. Can we talk? The notification was a stark reminder of the past, a desperate call from a man who once believed he could control my destiny. I held the phone in my hand, feeling the cool metal against my skin, and for a moment, I let the irony of it all wash over me. Here I was, celebrated by an entire industry, while he was left grappling with the fallout of his own mistakes. I glanced around the room, the soft murmur of voices, the glint of expensive jewelry, the luxurious scent of high-end cologne, and realized that every element of my success now stood in sharp contrast to his crumbling world. Each new contract I signed, every nod of admiration was a testament to the fact that I had built my future on my own terms. The whispers in the hall, the weight of a designer watch on my wrist, and the crisp rustle of freshly printed agreements all confirmed that I was no longer defined by his absence. Every interaction, every approving smile from an influential leader, was a victory over the man who once took me for granted. His desperate texts, his pleading attempts to reconnect, only served as a bitter reminder that he had lost everything he once held dear. The more I succeeded, the more his world fell apart, each accolade of mine a silent rebuke to his failures. I knew then that he never expected this. He thought I would be waiting, heartbroken and weak, ready to forgive and forget. But instead, I had forged a new identity, one built on resilience, ambition, and unyielding self-worth. I looked at his message one last time, the cool glow of the screen reflecting back at me, and whispered softly. He thought I'd be waiting. He thought wrong. That was the moment I embraced the full power of my transformation. A moment where every small victory, every tear shed in the dark, had culminated in the undeniable truth. I had risen above. And as I stepped back into the glow of the evening, surrounded by the buzz of success and the resounding approval of those who believed in me, I knew that my future was secure, while his remained a fading, desperate echo of what once was. I walked into the grand hall with a calm that could only be forged in the fires of betrayal and rebirth. The room was charged with anticipation, filled with influential figures and the soft hum of elegant conversations. Every detail, the delicate clink of crystal, the gentle murmur of approving whispers, the subtle scent of expensive cologne, spoke of a world that had once dismissed me, only to now bear witness to my resurgence. And then I saw him across the room. The very man who had taken my love for granted. The one who thought I would be too broken to leave him behind. He stood there, looking lost and desperate, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and regret, as if he could scarcely believe the woman before him was the same one he once abandoned. For a long moment, time seemed to pause. The lively chatter and soft music faded into a heavy silence, every eye in the room fixed on our inevitable collision. I could sense the tension building, a palpable charge in the air as if the universe itself was holding its breath. He hesitated, at the threshold, then slowly made his way toward me, his steps unsteady, his posture betraying the arrogance he once wore so confidently. I could see in his eyes a spark of hope, a desperate, pleading hope that maybe, just maybe, I would let him back in. But that hope was now a faint echo of the past, drowned out by the strength I had built in the years since he left. As he reached me, his voice trembled with a softness that was entirely foreign to the man I remembered. I never thought you'd leave," he managed, his words barely audible. His tone was a cocktail of regret and desperation, as if he believed that my absence would somehow erase the mistakes of the past. I stood there, cool and unwavering, feeling the weight of every harsh word and every moment of pain that had led me to this point. Every scar had become a badge of honor, every tear a stepping stone to the person I am now. I looked him in the eyes, and in that silent exchange, I conveyed everything I had endured and everything I had overcome. "You once said I was nothing without you," I said quietly, my voice steady and resolute. "But I built a life that no one can take away." The words fell over the room like a final verdict, echoing off the walls and leaving a stunned hush in their wake. His eyes darted nervously, and I could see the panic beginning to overtake him. The very air around us seemed to thicken with the realization that the power had irrevocably shifted. No longer was I the vulnerable soul left to pick up the pieces. I was now the architect of my own destiny. The murmurs around us grew louder, a mixture of disbelief and admiration rippling through the crowd. I could see influential figures leaning in, their eyes gleaming with respect as they witnessed the downfall of a man who had once taken me for granted. My ex-husband's presence, once commanding and assured, now seemed diminished, like a shadow desperately clinging to remnants of a past that no longer existed. I could feel every glance, every whispered word, as if the room itself was affirming my transformation. He tried once more, his voice cracking with the weight of his regret. "Please. I know I hurt you. I was wrong. Can we talk?" The plea, fragile and unconvincing, hung in the air. It was a pitiful attempt at reconciliation, a final grasp at relevance from a man who had already lost everything that mattered. I took a measured breath, savoring the silence that followed, the quiet intensity that filled the space between us. "Reconciliation?" I repeated softly, almost mockingly. "You left me when I needed you most, and now you think a few sorry words can undo all the damage?" I could see his face contorting as the truth settled in. There was no undoing the past, no way to reclaim what he had so callously abandoned. Every line on his face, every flicker in his eyes testified to the reality that he had fallen far, below the person he once pretended to be. The room, filled with the low hum of restrained excitement, seemed to hold its breath as I continued. "I didn't come here to listen to excuses or apologies," I said, my tone both gentle and unyielding. "I came here to celebrate the life I built on my own, a life that I crafted from the ruins of your indifference and selfish choices." My words, deliberate and precise, resonated in the quiet that followed, each syllable a declaration of my hard-won independence. I could see the despair in his eyes deepen, the faint hope he harbored crumbling like sand underfoot. A hush fell over the room as I took one final step forward, letting the intensity of the moment sweep over us. "You thought you'd break me by disappearing when I needed you," I continued, my voice low and measured. "But you only fueled my strength. I built my future without you, and I will never look back." With each word, the weight of my transformation was laid bare, an unassailable truth that spoke louder than any apology ever could. For a moment, the world around us seemed to vanish, leaving just the echo of my voice and the finality of his defeat. The flash of cameras and the soft clink of glasses punctuated the silence, each sound a reminder that my journey was now complete. I could see the resignation on his face, the realization that his desperate attempts to win me back were futile. His final, almost inaudible plea, "I still love you," was swallowed by the power of my declaration. I turned, leaving him standing in the center of the room, a broken man in a sea of admiration for the person I had become. With every step I took away, the truth grew clearer. I had not only survived, but I had soared beyond the confines of his betrayal. I whispered softly to myself as I walked away, "I could have let you back in, but I don't need you to complete me." And in that quiet, resolute farewell, I knew that the ultimate revenge was not in dragging him down. It was in rising above, fully and completely without him. I stand at the edge of a new beginning, reflecting on the long, winding road that brought me here. Every heartbreak, every bitter tear, and every moment of despair has faded into a powerful memory. A reminder that I am stronger than the shadows of my past. I built a life defined not by the desperate pleas of a man who once took me for granted, but by my own relentless determination. Today I'm free to embrace my success, to cherish the love that truly uplifts me, and to walk forward with unyielding pride. The echoes of his desperate texts and pleading phone calls are now nothing more than faint whispers lost in the wind. I see him in the distance, still clinging to a life that he once thought he could control, his eyes haunted by regret and the weight of choices that led him astray. Meanwhile, I am surrounded by the warmth of genuine friendships and the steady hum of achievements that affirm my worth. Every step I take is a triumph. Every breath a testament to the transformation that has reshaped my destiny. I can still feel the gentle glow of evening city lights as they paint the horizon with hope. And I savor the sound of laughter that now fills my days, a melody that replaces the cold silence of yesterday. The touch of a loving hand, the soft murmur of support, and the simple joy of knowing that I made it on my own terms bring me a deep sense of peace. I've learned that the true measure of success isn't in winning back a lost love, but in building a future that shines so brightly that the past becomes a distant memory. Now, as I step away from everything that once held me captive, I carry with me the unbreakable truth. I never needed him to be whole. My journey was never about seeking forgiveness, it was about reclaiming my life. With every confident stride, I leave behind a chapter filled with betrayal and heartache, knowing that my future is built on my own strength. Some people take chances, and others learn that the best revenge is simply to move on. And so, I walk forward, free and triumphant, into a future that is entirely mine. My parents are sitting in the courthouse gallery, wrinkled, shaking, and silent. My father's suit doesn't fit like it used to. His shoulders seem smaller. My mother's hands, once always adorned in gold and fresh manicures, are gripping the edge of the bench like it's the only thing keeping her upright. They look like people waiting for a verdict they already know is coming. And they should, because they lost the house first, then the cars, then the retirement fund, then the respect of the community they once ruled with smiles and pearl-clutched judgment. And now they're about to lose the last thing they've been clutching for dear life, their reputation, the story they've told for the last 10 years, the one where I was the mistake, the problem, the daughter they were forced to cut off to protect the family. What they don't know is that story dies today. And the girl they disowned? She's the one holding the pen. My name is Lena. I'm 27 years old, and 10 years ago, my parents cut me out of their lives because of a lie, one they never tried to verify. one they were eager to believe because it was easier than admitting. They didn't know who I really was. I remember the day like it still lives in the corner of my mind. I was 17, on track to be valedictorian, polite, bookish, never missed curfew, the kind of daughter parents usually brag about. But none of that mattered when the rumor started. I walked into the kitchen and found my mother already crying, my father standing, stiff, jaw clenched, arms crossed. They didn't ask. They accused. I tried to explain, swore it wasn't true, told them it was a lie started by someone bitter and bored. But they had already made up their minds. They called me a disgrace, said I'd embarrassed the family, and before I could even process what was happening, I was out the door with a garbage bag full of clothes and a whisper of a warning. Don't come back until you're someone worth forgiving. But what they didn't know was that I wouldn't come back to beg. I'd come back to bury the lie with the truth. I grew up in a house where the blinds were always drawn, unless company was coming, where every emotion was folded neatly and tucked behind tight smiles and even tighter Sunday dresses, where reputation wasn't just important. It was everything. We didn't talk about feelings. We didn't talk about failure. We talked about appearances, what the neighbors might think, what the pastor might say, what would make the church bulletin look clean. I was Lena Winslow, only daughter of Jonathan and Ruth Winslow, esteemed figures in our conservative town. My father was a deacon. My mother ran the women's prayer circle. We were the picture of a respectable, God-fearing family. And I was the daughter who followed all the rules. I said yes, sir, and no, ma'am. I got straight A's, kept my skirts below the knee, and learned to walk the line so well it left calluses on my soul. My parents didn't hug. They handed out approval like rationed sugar, 1 teaspoon at a time, and only if you earned it. And, even then, they never let you forget how sweet it could have been if you'd just tried a little harder. So I tried. I tried so hard. I dreamed of becoming a psychologist. Or maybe a literature professor. I wanted to study the way people broke and stitched themselves back together with stories. I wanted to understand my own family, why my mother cried behind closed doors, and why my father never once said, "I'm proud of you," without a condition attached. I wanted to leave, not because I hated them, but because I needed to find out who I was when I wasn't being watched. The only person who ever truly saw me was my grandmother. My mother's mother, Evelyn. She wasn't like the rest of the family. She wore turquoise jewelry and told off-color jokes. She read poetry aloud in the kitchen while making jam from scratch. She believed in tough love, but the kind that came with gentleness, not judgment. She once caught me hiding in the pantry after a fight with my parents and said, "You're not too much, Lena. They're just too small to hold all of you." She was the only person who knew I liked Sylvia Plath, that I wrote essays just for fun, that I didn't believe in everything we were taught to say we believed in. She never tried to change me. She just let me be. And when she passed away my junior year, I felt like someone had turned the volume up on all the silence that came after her. My parents didn't cry. They called it God's will and told me to stop asking questions. So I swallowed the grief, smiled through the eulogy, memorized the psalms they asked me to read at her funeral. I think that was the first time I realized I wasn't mourning with my family. I was mourning inside them. Still, I never imagined they'd abandon me. I thought we were safe. I thought if I just kept being good, being useful, being invisible when necessary, they'd love me enough to stay. But goodness was never the currency in our house. Obedience was. And the second they thought I'd broken that contract, they didn't hesitate. All it took was one lie. One whisper from someone with just enough malice and just enough timing, and they didn't ask, didn't check, didn't care. They believed the rumor over the daughter they raised because the story of the disgraced daughter was easier for them to explain than the reality of the daughter who might think for herself. After they disowned me, people asked what hurt most. The betrayal? The isolation? The loss? But the truth? The truth is, it was how easy it was for them. How quiet. No fight, no goodbye, just a slammed door and a whisper to the rest of the world. She's not ours anymore. That's what gutted me, that I could vanish from their lives and not even leave an echo. For years, I carried that silence with me, like maybe it was my fault. Maybe I'd never been enough to begin with. Maybe I was broken in some way they'd seen long before I did. But then I remembered my grandmother's voice. You're not too much. They're just too small. And for the first time in a long time, I started to believe maybe she was right. It started with a rumor. A sentence said in a too loud whisper behind a locker door, passed through teeth painted with lip gloss and jealousy. She slept with Ashley's boyfriend. It wasn't true, but truth doesn't matter when the story's better without it. I found out about it the same way the rest of the school did, by the silence that followed me down the hall, the way girls glanced up and then away, the way lockers stopped slamming mid-motion, the way someone muttered, "slut," under their breath as I passed, just loud enough for me to hear it echo all the way into my ribcage. I didn't know where it started, not at first. Later, I would learn it came from my cousin, Rachel. She'd always been the fragile one. The one who cried when her mascara smudged or someone beat her GPA by half a point. We weren't close. Not really. But we shared blood. A family name. That used to mean something. She was dating Ashley's ex, the boy in question. And when he dumped her for someone else, someone no one knew, she needed a reason, a target. She picked me. I never even spoke to him. But again, truth is quieter than scandal. I went home that afternoon confused, shaken, still half believing it would blow over. It didn't. My mother was waiting at the front door. Her arms were crossed, her mouth tight, her eyes already crying. "Is it true?" she asked. I blinked. "Is what true?" "Don't play dumb, Lena," she snapped. "Did you sleep with Rachel's boyfriend?" The question struck like a slap, but not as hard as the one that followed. Her hand hit my cheek before I could finish saying no. "You're disgusting," she whispered. "After everything we've taught you." "I didn't do anything," I said, my voice trembling. But she wasn't listening. She never was. My father came in next, silent. Always the judge before the trial. He didn't ask for details. Didn't care for evidence, he just looked at me like something foul had stained his shoes. "You're no daughter of mine," he said. And just like that, the world I knew folded in on itself. They packed a bag for me. One. No suitcase, just a trash bag filled with clothes. No explanation, no questions, no ride, just go. They told the church I ran off with an older boy. told my teachers I'd cracked under pressure, told the neighbors I was struggling and needed space. But what they really meant was that I was gone, erased. A stain on their spotless reputation, the obedient girl who finally gave them a reason to throw her away. I called my grandmother that night. I walked 5 miles to the old gas station and stood under the buzzing light near the payphone, holding quarters with shaking fingers, and prayed she'd pick up. She did. "Lena?" Her voice cracked with surprise, then panic. "Sweetheart, what happened?" I broke then. Not loud, not wailing, just a soft, stunned crumbling of everything I'd held together until that moment. She didn't question me. She just told me to come, said I could stay with her until we figured everything out, and for 3 weeks, that's what I did. She made me tea, let me sleep in the guest room, let me cry without asking for the details until I was ready to give them. She didn't push, just listened, loved, believed. But love doesn't keep people alive forever. She passed away 17 days later. A stroke. Sudden. Unforgiving. I was the one who found her on the kitchen floor. The tea kettle still steaming on the stove. A book of crossword puzzles folded neatly beside her chair. I screamed until my throat burned. Because she wasn't just my grandmother. She was the last person in the world who didn't believe the lie. And now I was truly alone. After that, everything blurred. The couch at a friend's place. Then a shelter. Then a series of rooms rented in basements and back alleys. Always with someone's rules taped to the wall in capital letters. No guests, no noise, no problems. Learn to shrink. To vanish. To live so small I barely took up air, and the whole time they carried on, my parents, Rachel, the family who banished me. They smiled for Christmas cards, sat in church pews, threw birthday parties, and not once did they call. Years later, I'd learned the truth about Rachel, about the lie, about the chain of manipulations that started it all. But by then, it didn't matter, because the damage had already been done, and I'd already started building something stronger from the ashes. But I never forgot that moment. Standing on the front porch in the dark, cheek burning, trash bag in hand, and the sound of the door locking behind me. The day my parents chose their image over their daughter, and the lie over the truth. The first year after they disowned me tasted like dust. Everything I touched slipped through my fingers. Jobs, sleep, trust, dignity. I lived out of plastic bags and borrowed spaces. Couch cushions and back seats became beds, showered at gyms, ate what I could afford from vending machines, peanut butter crackers, off-brand cola, trail mix in crinkled plastic. Sometimes I stayed at a women's shelter near the edge of town. Sometimes I didn't even make it that far. There were nights I walked until my feet bled, just to remind myself I was still moving, still alive, but I didn't feel alive. I felt like static, like a broken signal no one bothered to fix. I tried applying for college, not the Ivy League dream my grandmother once encouraged, just a small community campus with a quiet library and affordable tuition. I had good grades, letters of recommendation, a personal essay I wrote and rewrote until the keyboard faded beneath my fingertips. But when I tried to access the savings account my parents set up when I was 13, the one labeled "For Lena's Future," I found it emptied, closed, gone. They'd pulled the money the same week they kicked me out. The note on the account read, "Withdrawn by primary guardians." They had stolen the only thing I still thought belonged to me, the future I fought to deserve, and it broke something in me. Not loudly, not with screaming, just a soft, devastating snap. So I worked. Anything I could get. I waitressed at greasy diners, scrubbing tables sticky with ketchup and broken promises. I cleaned offices overnight, scrubbing toilets while people in suits slept easy in their suburban homes. I took shifts at a call center where I read the same script hundreds of times a day and was still yelled at like I built the system myself. I smiled when I had to, bit my tongue until it bled, pretended I was fine. On paper, I was surviving. But in reality, I was disappearing. Eventually, I moved. 2 states away. No goodbye, no forwarding address. I needed air. A new name on a lease. A town where no one knew the headline version of me my parents had circulated. The daughter who disappointed them, the girl who ran wild, the troubled child who broke her mother's heart. At first it worked. I was anonymous. I worked. I slept. I existed. But I didn't belong anywhere. Because deep down, the lie had seeped in. I started to believe it. Maybe I was broken. Maybe I was the problem. Maybe if I'd just been more perfect, none of it would have happened. I carried that weight like a second spine. Until one day, it cracked. It happened in the middle of a move. Just another shoebox apartment. 4th in 2 years. I was packing up an old duffel bag I hadn't touched in months when I found the flip phone my grandmother gave me on my 16th birthday. The one I'd forgotten I kept. It was off. Dead. Dusty. I plugged it in on a whim, expecting nothing. The screen lit up like a ghost blinking awake. One voicemail. Dated 3 days before she died. I don't remember breathing as I pressed play. "Lena, it's me." Her voice, soft, strong, unapologetic. "I don't believe a word they said about you. You are not who they say you are. You never were. You are good, baby, so good, and you deserve better than people who only love you when you're silent. Don't forget who you are, not ever. I love you." Click. That message cracked something wide open inside me, because it was the first time in years someone said my name without judgment. It was her voice, still reaching for me from the other side of the silence, still seeing me, not as a disappointment, but as a person, as hers. And in that moment, I realized I had survived so much, and not once had I been given credit for that survival. So I decided I wasn't going to survive anymore. I was going to build. Not for them. For me. The next day, I signed up for a GED prep course. The day after that, I applied for community college again. This time with a scholarship essay that didn't beg for pity but promised power. I moved into a shared flat with 2 other women who didn't ask questions. I bought a secondhand laptop and walked to the library every day like it was a pilgrimage. I studied, I worked, I climbed, I didn't post, didn't brag, didn't tell anyone, because this wasn't a comeback. It was a rebirth. And when the time came to face the people who buried me, I'd be unrecognizable. Not because I'd become someone else, but because I'd finally become me. I didn't tell anyone when I enrolled. No Facebook update. No campus tour photos. No announcement post with a carefully staged laptop and latte. Just a quiet click at midnight on a public library computer, and a confirmation email that felt like oxygen. I was accepted into state college. Psychology at first, because I wanted to understand people like my parents, people who could rewrite history and sleep soundly afterward. People who could look at their child and say, "You're no daughter of mine," and then carry on like they'd lost nothing at all. I studied trauma, gaslighting, generational shame. I read about survivors who clawed their way out of silence and built lives from broken pieces, and I saw myself on every page. I worked the entire time, nights, weekends, early mornings. I scrubbed office floors at 2 a.m. and took notes on Freud at 8 a.m. I survived on bad coffee and a stubborn refusal to disappear again. And slowly, I began to rise. My grades were perfect. Not because I wanted gold stars, but because failure had once cost me everything. By the time I graduated, I was on a first-name basis with every professor in the psych department, and quietly applying to law school with a personal statement that started with, "When I was 17, I was disowned." Over a lie? What I want now is not revenge. It's justice. I got in, full scholarship. I didn't cry. I didn't celebrate. I just started packing. Law school stripped me raw and rebuilt me in equal measure. I gravitated toward estate and elder law, specifically fraud and financial exploitation. Maybe because part of me always wondered what really happened to my grandmother's estate. The one she had mentioned in passing once, just months before she died. "There's something set aside for you, baby," she'd said. "Don't let anyone tell you different." But no one had ever mentioned it after her death. I assumed it was just another thing they took, another truth they buried. Until one day, deep into my second year, I was working late at the firm where I interned. I was reviewing a probate case involving an elderly woman's trust that had mysteriously vanished from official filings. It felt familiar. Too familiar. And suddenly I couldn't breathe, because I knew that feeling, that silence, that erasure. That night I went home, opened my laptop, and started digging. I pulled my grandmother's name from the county records. Nothing came up at first, just her obituary and the church's press release about her graceful passing. But the deeper I searched, the more gaps I found. The deed to her home? Transferred 3 weeks after her death, to my parents, without a sale. The trust listed in her name, gone from official probate records, but referenced just once, in a local bank's quarterly report as closed due to consolidation under secondary beneficiaries. I cross-referenced the document with the law database at school, and then I froze, because the secondary beneficiaries were listed as Jonathan and Ruth Winslow. No mention of me, no will, no dispute, no court filing, just silence, erasure. Again. But this time, I wasn't a scared 17-year-old girl clutching a trash bag on a front lawn. I was certified in estate fraud law, and I knew exactly what to look for. I filed a public records request for all holdings, transfers, and tax documents linked to my grandmother's estate. It took weeks, but when the documents came in, they smelled like mothballs and manipulation. There were discrepancies in signatures. The trust paperwork had been amended 2 months before her death, ironically while she was in the hospital on heavy medication. The notary who allegedly witnessed it, no longer practicing. My parents had transferred over $350,000 in property and liquid assets into their names and used it to buy a lakeside vacation home, 2 cars, and fund a ministry retreat that looked suspiciously like a luxury cruise. There was no record of that money being split between heirs, no paperwork showing a contested will, nothing, because no one had contested it. No one had been allowed to. I stared at the numbers, the names, the falsified dates and doctored forms, and for the first time in 10 years, I felt something deeper than rage. I felt clarity. They hadn't just disowned me. They'd buried my name, my rights, my history. They used my grandmother's death to fund a life of curated grace and reputation, and left me scraping change for vending machine dinners. But this time, they wouldn't get away with it. Not quietly, because I had the training, the truth, and the receipts. Justice doesn't come with a siren. It arrives in silence, in manila folders, in highlighter ink, in the gentle click of a pen sliding across paper. It's slow, patient, methodical, and this time it was mine to build. I didn't make a sound when I started collecting proof. No dramatic confrontation. No phone calls, no warning. Just late nights, legal pads, and an old USB drive with encrypted folders I hid under a false name on my laptop. I called it Inventory 042. No one would look twice. Inside were scanned deeds, financial ledgers, probate filings, notarized statements, and one quiet goal: take back what they stole. I began comparing documents. The original trust transfer, signed just before my grandmother passed, looked real at first glance. But signatures don't lie. The one labeled Final Amendment was shaky, misaligned, the date next to it, one day after she was moved into palliative care. According to her medical records, she was nonverbal by then, which meant whoever signed that paper didn't just falsify a legal document, they forged a dying woman's name. I built the case piece by piece, every property transfer, every asset consolidation, every suspicious bank withdrawal timed suspiciously close to her final days. The lake house, purchased in full using funds transferred from an account that had once belonged to Evelyn Margaret Holloway, my grandmother. The account closure came just 8 days after her funeral. No disbursement records, no joint signatures, no distribution to heirs, just gone. Like me. I sat on the floor of my one-bedroom apartment, surrounded by piles of documents, photocopies, notes, flagged dates, and I didn't feel rage anymore, just focus. There was power. In the paper, power in the details. Because people like my parents, so obsessed with image, with polish, with control, always believed that silence was consent. That if no one screamed, they'd gotten away with it. But I didn't need to scream. I had receipts. I went looking for someone who might remember my grandmother's original will. Someone who might still have a copy, or at least a memory that could validate what I already suspected. It took a week of phone calls and one long afternoon of sitting in a dusty records room at a law office in the next town over. And then I found him. Gerald Price, Eska semi-retired estate attorney with trembling hands and a voice like cracked oak. He remembered her immediately. "Evelyn," he said, squinting at my face. "You're her granddaughter, aren't you?" I nodded. My throat was too tight to speak. He shuffled through a file cabinet with fingers that had once held entire fortunes in their grip and pulled out a thin folder. I can't give you the original, but I can tell you this. He tapped the top. Page gently, eyes sharp despite the age around them. Your name was in the first draft. She left you the house, the trust, and the rights to manage the family assets. I stared at him, barely breathing. She said, and I quote, "Lena's the only one who ever listened. She's the only one I trust." Something broke open in my chest. Not pain. Proof. All these years I hadn't imagined it. She had tried to protect me. They were the ones who erased that. I thanked him, slid a copy of my card across the desk, told him I might need a statement someday. He patted my hand gently. I'll be here when you do. That night, I compiled everything into a single file, case 827H, just a code, no names, no emotion. I documented the forgeries, the unauthorized transfers, the contradictory filings. I wrote a summary the way I was trained to, as if it was someone else's pain. Subject was removed as beneficiary despite medical evidence, showing decedent was cognitively impaired at time of amendment. Trust documentation shows clear indicators of coercion and fraud by secondary beneficiaries, parents. No drama, no blood, just facts. It was cleaner that way, and when it was done, I submitted it, anonymously. I didn't want my name attached. Not yet. Not until they were far enough in to be drowning. No chance to twist the narrative, to claim I was acting out, making things up, seeking revenge. This wasn't revenge. It was reclamation. I sent it to the State Estate Fraud Bureau, flagged under suspicious inheritance activity. I attached the evidence, labeled and sourced, and then I shut my laptop. Sat in the quiet and breathed. For the first time in 10 years, the weight in my chest felt lighter because justice wasn't loud. Justice was coming, and they wouldn't even see it until it was too late. It started with a knock on their door. Not a loud one, not aggressive. Just the firm, measured rhythm of someone who carries authority like a badge and doesn't need to raise their voice to be heard. A process server, dressed in gray. Calm, neutral, efficient. He handed over a sealed envelope, thick, heavy, official, and said 2 words that would begin the undoing of everything they'd spent a decade building. You've been served. Inside was a summons, estate fraud, trust misappropriation, forgery, undue influence. Legal terms wrapped in legal weight. But what it really meant was this. You stole from your daughter. You stole from a dying woman who trusted you. And now, someone's come to collect. By the end of the week, their accounts were frozen. The checking account, the savings. The investment portfolios tucked away in clean little folders labeled retirement planning. Gone. Access revoked, credit cards declined, auto payments bounced. The lake house, flagged for investigation. The primary home, the one I was raised in, the one they remodeled 5 times just to impress people at Bible study, seized. A bright orange notice nailed to the door. Property under court review, do not remove. The phone calls started pouring in, from the bank, from the church, from friends suddenly unsure whether being close to the Winslows still meant something, and in the middle of it all, me, but they didn't know that yet. The first time they saw me again was in court. It was a Tuesday, cold, rainy. The kind of gray morning where everything feels quiet in a way that makes the sound of footsteps echo just a little too loud. I arrived, early, sat in the back row, watched them walk in. My father, once proud, upright, composed, looked like a man holding a crumbling statue together with duct tape. My mother had aged 10 years beyond the 10 that had passed. Her pearls looked too bright against her sallow skin. They scanned the room, expecting to find some stranger behind the case. They weren't ready for me. When my name was called, I rose, walked to the front of the courtroom, and I swear, time stopped. My father's jaw slackened. My mother's eyes widened like she was seeing a ghost. I didn't look away, didn't flinch. I took the witness stand as the lead legal advisor to the investigative team. I'd been granted special certification after finishing my work under my mentor. The state allowed me to participate directly due to personal stake and professional qualification. I had earned my seat, and they were still trying to find theirs. The judge asked me to confirm the findings. I did. I listed the dates, the documents, the false signatures. I presented the original draft of my grandmother's will, her real will, unearthed through meticulous research, traced back to the original attorney's ledger. I handed over the bank transfers, the asset consolidations, the withdrawals. The lies. Their lies. My mother's hands began to shake. My father's face drained of color. And then, when the silence was too loud to bear, I turned to them. For the first time in 10 years, I looked them in the eyes. They stared back like I was someone unrecognizable. And maybe I was. Maybe that 17-year-old girl with the bruised heart and the trash bag of clothes had really died that night they locked the door behind her, because the woman standing in front of them now wasn't here to ask for answers. She was here to deliver truth. So I said it, clear, measured, cold. 10 years ago, you erased me over a lie. Now I'm here, with the truth. The courtroom didn't gasp. This wasn't a movie, this was real, and real betrayal doesn't echo. It sinks. They didn't respond. There was nothing to say. Because the documents spoke louder than any excuse. The lawyer they hired was already sweating through his collar. Their entire defense strategy crumbled under the weight of undeniable timelines. You can't rewrite a ledger. You can't unsign a forged document. And you definitely can't erase a daughter who learned how to fight like this. When I stepped down from the stand, I didn't look back. I didn't need to. Because the people who once forced me out of my home were now fighting to keep theirs. And losing. Because I wasn't asking them to see me anymore. I came so the world could see them. And it did, in legal filings. In witness statements. In the pages of a story they never thought I'd survive long enough to finish. But I did. I finished it with facts. With courage. With the truth they thought would never see daylight. Reputation doesn't shatter all at once. It cracks. Quietly at first. A whisper in a pew. A subtle shift in eye contact. A polite invitation that never arrives. And then it splinters. Until the image they worked so hard to polish reflects nothing but what's always been there underneath. My parents didn't lose everything in court. The court just made it official. What came after? That was what truly broke them. The news hit the community like a dropped hymn book. Prominent church couple accused of elder fraud and family inheritance scandal. It ran in the local paper, buried just beneath a blurb about city council elections. But the headline traveled faster than any sermon ever had. People talked, not loudly, not publicly, but in grocery store aisles and after Bible study and between slices of lemon pound cake at the fellowship hall. They all knew. The Winslows, who once wore their piety like armor, were now the cautionary tale. Old friends stopped calling, neighbors stopped waving, church pews that once filled around them now left gaps wide enough for silence to sit comfortably beside them. The pastor asked them to step back from leadership duties while the matter is resolved. Translated, "You're a liability now." Their prayer circle turned to a polite nod from across the room. The women who used to praise my mother's pie recipe no longer asked her to bring dessert. The men who shook my father's hand with respect now kept theirs in their pockets. Their world, built on image, appearances, perfection, had finally crumbled, because image only works when people still choose to believe it. And now, they didn't. Then came the repo trucks, one in front of their home, hauling away the sleek black car they bought with money meant for my grandmother's medical care. Another 2 weeks later for the second vehicle, because unpaid legal fees had drained whatever was left. They tried to sell the vacation house, but the court froze it before they could get the listing up. It sits empty now, quiet, unloved, like a ghost of greed in the middle of pine trees and lake wind. I watched all of it unfold without saying a word. No social media posts, no phone calls, no "I told you so." Because justice doesn't need an audience, it just needs truth. And the truth had done exactly what it was supposed to. After the final hearing, where the court awarded restitution to the estate, where the judge cited intentional deception, exploitation of power, and breach of fiduciary duty, I waited until the room emptied. They were still sitting there. My mother, pale and silent. My father, staring forward like the verdict hadn't landed yet. I approached the bench slowly, like a eulogy. No rage, just gravity. And I placed a folder beside them, cream-colored, unlabeled, deliberate. They didn't speak. Neither did I. And then I walked away. But inside that folder, there were 4 things. The first, photocopies of every forged signature, every altered date, every paper trail they thought would stay buried in drawers in courthouses no one would bother to check. Labeled, highlighted, exposed. The second, a letter from my grandmother. The last one she ever wrote. It wasn't addressed to me, it was to them, dear. Found it among her old Bible pages, tucked between verses about grace and grief. It read, "If you ever read this, know that what you've done will come back around. Maybe not today. Maybe not even while I'm alive. But Lena will rise, because she's stronger than both of us combined. And when she does, you won't be able to say you didn't know." The third, a photo of me on graduation day. Black gown, gold stole, diploma in hand, no caption, just proof of everything I'd become without them. The fourth, a single sheet of paper. Typed, simple. No threats, no demands, just one sentence. I didn't come back for revenge. I came back for justice. I don't know what they did with that folder. If they opened it right away, if they tore it apart, if they even had the strength left to read the letter from the woman they betrayed. But I do know this. They will never forget the girl they cast out for a lie, because she came back with the one thing they never expected, the truth. I didn't move into a mansion. I didn't buy a sports car or post a photo of courtroom papers next to a glass of champagne. Instead, I bought a little white house by the sea. Just enough room for me, a dog named Piper, and the kind of quiet I used to think only existed in novels. The walls are sun-warmed. The windows catch morning light like honey, and the garden, it's mine, every inch of it. I grow rosemary and sweet peas and a stubborn patch of lavender that refuses to bloom on schedule. It doesn't have to. Nothing does anymore. My firm, Evelyn Legal and Advocacy Group, is small, but it's loud in all the ways that matter. We protect the disinherited, the overlooked, the forgotten, the ones pushed aside by their own blood. The ones erased, like I once was, by people who thought love was conditional and silence was obedience. I take on cases most firms won't touch. A teen stripped of her inheritance by her uncle. A young man gaslit into signing away land left to him by his grandfather. A single mother denied custody by a system that still can't tell the difference between money and care. They walk into my office scared, and they leave with a plan. Because I know what it's like to be told your story isn't worth reading, and I know how to rewrite it. On Thursdays, I mentor teens from the local youth shelter. We sit in a circle on folding chairs and drink bad coffee, and I let them talk. Not about trauma, not unless they want to, but about them, about music, about dreams, about what it feels like to want a place in the world and not know where the door is. I don't fix them. I just make space for them to exist. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's everything. Once a year, on the anniversary of the day I was cast out, I open my grandmother's voicemail. The sound's a little crackly now, the file worn by time, but her voice still reaches through the static like it always did. I don't believe a word they said about you. You are not who they say you are. You are good, baby. So good. I close my eyes when I hear it. Let it settle in the bones beneath my ribs. Because she saw me when no one else did. And that voice, that's the root of everything I've built. Tonight, the sky is painted in bruised golds and deep indigo. The waves crash steady against the shore, soft and loud all at once. Piper is curled at my feet, ears twitching in the ocean breeze. I stand barefoot in the sand, hem of my dress damp, hair tangled from wind and salt. In my hand is a letter. The paper is aged, creased, the ink slightly smudged in places. It's addressed, simply, to the girl they abandoned. I wrote it years ago, in a motel room with water-stained ceilings and dreams that felt too far away to hold, but I never sent it. I never needed to. Because that girl, she survived, and she became everything they said she couldn't. I kneel, press the letter into a crack between two smooth rocks, and let the wind carry the last of it. Not to forget, but to release. Because I'm not the abandoned girl anymore. I'm the woman who made a home from splinters, a name from ashes, a life from silence. They disowned me over a lie. But I built a life so strong, even the truth couldn't shake it.